not longer than 5 minutes, come in, and he will then visit the different teams. And that was important to me so that we may be on the same page all the time.
Your evidence also, and also Captain Lombard's evidence, referred to information that was, so-called information that was received regarding a person named Makalima or Makalimo. You recall giving evidence about that?
That's correct, my lord.
Now, from your evidence and Captain Lombard's evidence, it sounded to me like that was seen as a breakthrough, almost as a breakthrough. Am I correct there?
My lord, what part of the strategy was, whenever a names come up, whenever a names come up, we need, and information comes up, we need to follow that lead and information up immediately. And that is what happened there.
So what I'm putting to you is that, according to Captain Lombard's evidence and then yours as well, I put to you that the name Makalima and the possible involvement of this person has been known to the police since, according to the police's information and investigation, has been known to the police since the 29th of February. Do you know about that?
Yeah.
I must object to that. It was Captain Lombard's evidence that the name Makalima only became known to them in the interview with Stefano Van Rey. That is not correct.
On the 4th.
On the 4th, yes, my lord.
But let me just know where the statement, the context of the statement, because I'm not in possession of the docket. The defense would be in possession of the docket. Mr. Harms, what are you referring to?
My lord, I'm merely putting it to the witness. From his evidence, he referred to Makalima, so did Captain Lombard. And the impression that they created was that this person, Makalima, this is the first time they've heard about it, and it'll become evident later, possibly with the next witness, that the police were indeed aware of this person long before the 4th.
On the evidence on the record so far,
yes.
Can you point me as to where the evidence is that the police were aware of the name Makalima, or whether it was Bumza by the 29th? The only statements, and I'm going to try and find the exhibits leading up to the 4th, including the 29th, were the statements of Mr. Apollos, Ms. Lombard, Ms. Smith. Those were all 1920.
That was
and then the two police officers on the first night of the scene. That was Constables Kobese and Gongota. Constable Sihobe doesn't mention the name either. Then came the statement of Mr. Van Ryn. It's Exhibit P on the 29th. I can't recall in the discussion from Sergeant Milstein On the 22nd, that was the day that he was allegedly very high, so that the police didn't speak to him. So on the 29th was the day that Ayanda and Mr. Van Ryn was brought to the police station. Mr. Van Ryn made a statement. I am turning to that now. I've opened it and I'm having a quick squeeze through it. And unless I miss it, I don't see the name there either. But if you say it's another witness, then maybe you must put it in the context to the brigadier to say that there was this witness or there was a statement by X that already mentioned the name. But
yes, what
the prosecutor is correct on the record. On my recollection, I might have missed it.
Yeah. Well, I merely want to ascertain from this witness whether Brigadier Nana can recall, confirm or not confirm, that this name has come up in the police circles with the investigation, and I submit that it will become, that is all I'm asking this witness.
Whether he's aware.
Yeah.
Did you hear his name before the 4th, that night of the 4th?
My Lord, no.
From your recollection, because you had access to the inquiry file.
That's correct, my Lord.
From your recollection, did you come across his name before that evening?
No, my Lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
So I put it to you, Brigadier, that if it becomes evident later, this is on that basis I'm putting to you that it was not a big breakthrough to hear this name again, as in the police's version, having come from accused 1 and 2. You have a comment on that?
No, my Lord, I have no comment.
Then I just want to finally put to you that you will agree with me that the media and the community and other interested persons such as Mr. Gayton McKenzie, who were all having a finger, so to speak, proverbially in the pie, was putting pressure on the police to get some results in their investigation. Do you agree with that?
My Lord, I will not succumb to the pressure of the media or the community and or charge people to please the community or the media in any way. So that was not for me any factor to move on and to charge and or to make a breakthrough in this instance.
But the way I understand the statement put to you, there was a lot of pressure, external pressure.
I agree, my Lord. There was, in this investigation, there was pressure from external role players.
And I put it to you that exactly because of that it was decided to go and find the accused and have further interviews with him. And as I put it to you, my instructions is, and the result of the pressure and the result of the further interviews was that they were forced, physically, forcibly persuaded to give evidence that would so-called amount to a breakthrough, and then ultimately to the confessions which we deny was freely done, have been made. Any comment on that?
I do not agree with the defense attorney. That was not the case, my lord.
I have no further questions. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Harmson. Ms. Kabai, you have your whole house there? Only part of the furniture.
Morning, my lord. Morning, Brigadier Hanan.
Good morning, ma'am.
It's a beautiful day. It's nice weather.
Thank you. It's good weather.
I am Miss Mkabani from Nobakan Kabai Attorneys, and I represent Stevie Nofandring in this matter.
Stefano.
Stevie No. Yes. Brigadier, who took your affidavit? Who took your statement?
My lord, whenever there are statements, we submit statements ourselves.
You wrote yours yourself?
Yes, my lord.
It was not taken by prosecutors?
No, it was not taken by a prosecutor.
Brigadier, my client instructs me that in the afternoon of the 4th of March 2024, he was given a lift by two people who at that time they were offering him lift. He didn't know that they were police officers. He instructs me that these two people took him to Jacob's Bay Beach, where they started to torture him.
just pause there. Any knowledge of this? Any comment, Brigadier?
My lord, no knowledge about that.
He instructs me from about 3 p.m. on the 4th of March 2024, including 2 o'clock or 2:30 in the morning of the following day. He endured torture at sea border offices while he was being interrogated. Do you have any comment on this?
My lord, I do not have any comment or any knowledge about that.
He instructs me that his torture took place in 3 phases. Phase number 1 was at sea at Jacob's Bay Beach, and it took about 1 to 2 hours. That was the first phase of torture. The second phase of torture was on his arrival at sea border offices. He's saying it was about 5 o'clock or 4:30 to 5. The torture started and continued for about 2 hours. Any comment on that?
My lord, I do not have any knowledge and or comment with regards to that.
From that office, he was told, "You are not speaking the truth. We are going to take you to the other office." Indeed, he was taken to the other office. In that office, he was ordered to take out his sweater, t-shirt, and his shoes. Before he was ordered to take out his t-shirt, they took the handcuffs out because at Jacob's Bay Beach, he was handcuffed while being assaulted. Can you comment on this, Brigadier?
My Lord, as my testimony was yesterday and this morning, I was not part of any of the operational or interviews of the suspects. I didn't even see them, and I do not have any knowledge with regards to the instructions given to the defense attorney.
He instructs me that on the third phase, he was made to hang on a rod. This rod was balanced on 2 chairs, and the hanging took more than 4 hours. Any comment to this?
I do not have any collection, knowledge about this instruction given by or to the defense attorney, my Lord.
He instructs me that they covered his head with a plastic. He was suffocating, he was sweating. He screamed. You didn't hear the screams?
My Lord,
That night?
I did not. As I said, if any of this instance was in my presence or I become aware of that, I would have stopped the interviews. I would have taken steps, discipline or criminal steps, and I would have act on this things that your client allege. But I do not have any knowledge about it, my Lord.
My question was, did you hear screams at sea border offices on that night of the 4th of March 2024?
No, my Lord, I did not hear any screamings while I was sitting in the FCS building on that night.
You testify that your office was not far from where accused number 3 was interviewed.
That's correct, my Lord.
Brigadier, do you have a hearing problem, hearing difficulties?
No, I'm sorry, no, that's not there.
Witness might be able to deal better with a question than your objection. Let the witness answer.
My Lord, as we grow older, our hearing is taking down, but not to an extent that I may say now I did not hear anything.
Did you get that, Ms. Edelman?
Thank you, my Lord.
Co-accused in this matter heard the screams, and she was in your vicinity. She ran up the stairs to inquire who is screaming. Any comment on this?
I do not have any knowledge about this, my Lord.
My client was released from hanging after he shouted, saying, "Now I'm ready to speak." That was about 2 in the morning. Any comment to that, Brigadier?
No comment, my Lord.
Brigadier, this interview was on your instructions. The people you called, they are at sea border offices. But we see you now sitting down at FCS offices, not bothered about the interviews that were taking place.
My Lord, if I can remind the defense attorney that my role was a strategic role, and there was a lead investigator, Captain Lombard, who was handling the operational side of matters. And I have totally an oversight and strategic role in this whole matter. And I was not part of the interviews, and that's why I cannot comment on things that happened during the interviews. And if that happened, Captain Lombard would have informed me, and we would have stopped. As I said, we would have stopped these interviews if this was the truth, my Lord.
Are you implying that your role limited you to physically interact with the people you called? Were you not interested to see these people you called for interview?
I was 100% interested, but I also know where my role and my borders is limited me, my Lord.
Can you explain before this court your role and its limitations?
My role was, as I said, the main aim of my role in this whole investigation was to make sure that we found Joshlin Smith. Then I have to do coordination between all the external and internal role players to do the searches in Saldanha. I have to support the investigation team so that they may function optimally, and I also have to make sure that we have the desired outcome on the investigation that we have. Part of my limitations is I will not go and interview or take over the interview and operational work of the investigators that was assigned to do the investigation of this matter, my Lord.
Is this the policy, or it is how your duties entail that you don't interfere physically with the interviews?
My Lord, I'm a senior manager in the South African Police Service, and it is clear, part of our job, I have a strategic role, and we have operational commanders that is doing the work, but it does not stop me to lead, to guide, and to give direction when it's needed. But my role was clear, and I was committed to the cause and the objective of this investigation.
Brigadier, your limitations to interact with the people you called for interview. My question is, was your limitation influenced by how your duties entail?
My Lord, as I said yesterday, because Kelly was sitting in the reception area of this building in FCS, I would not pass Kelly if I didn't make sure that she is fine, she is comfortable, and have small talks with her. But when it comes to the official interviews with Kelly, I was not part of it, but it does not stop me when I see or heard that the interrogation or the interviews is if it goes beyond what we we have to do, I will step in. I will not stop. I will overlap my boundaries and I will stop that interview and say, this is not how we do it. And I will take steps. That doesn't stop me to cross over and go into that process and stop and take steps. It doesn't limit me. So that is my answer towards the question.
Brigadier, you are evasive. You are not answering my question. I'm not going to put this question again. I will leave it for argument. When my client, after the interviews, after the interviews, you call them interviews, I will argue that they were interrogations. After the interrogations, my client instructs me that he was made to sleep in a police motor vehicle. Do you have any knowledge of that? If you do, what is your comment?
My Lord, I do not have any knowledge about that.
Now, while in custody, he instructs me that many police officers approached him, pleading and begging him to become a state witness in exchange for prosecution indemnity. Do you have any knowledge of this?
No, my Lord, I do not have any knowledge about that.
Who might have sent those police officers to go and plead with my client to become a state witness?
I do not have any knowledge about that, my Lord.
While you were testifying yesterday, you told this court that you are the one who called for these interviews. These were your instructions.
That's correct, my Lord.
Captain Lombard has testified also to say these were his instructions. The interviews were called on his instructions.
My Lord, Captain Lombard.
Just a moment. Mr. Kabaya, the way I understand it, Captain Lombard's testimony was that he was told by the brigadier and then he gave the instruction. But the idea of the further interviews it was collective, but the idea emanated from the brigadier initially.
Thank you, my Lord. But I had a follow-up question
Certainly.
to Captain Lombard on that. I wanted him to be specific between him and Brigadier. Whose instructions were these? Then he said, it was my instruction. That's what Captain Lombard has said.
I can clarify that.
Yes.
Yeah, whenever I would instruct Captain Lombard, it will become his instruction to his team. That's why he owned it. If I mention it to him and said, listen, we need to do interviews with regards to this people, he will then own up to that instruction, make it his own, and instruct his team further. That out of that context, that is maybe why he said that it was his team. His instruction, sorry.
I'm going to take a few steps back on the previous question. Ms. Nkabane put it to you earlier that this operation had an objective.
That's correct.
And the objective was to find Joshlin.
That's correct.
But linked to that, I'm reading in, if anybody had committed an offense in this, they must be dealt with, in terms of the law.
That's correct.
Now, it was put to you then, but now you're sitting in FCS office, you have this objective, and you, the strategist behind it, with your team, but you have this hands-off approach. So that question previously leads into this. Would you like to comment on that?
My Lord, if we take it further with regards to all the searches, with regards to all other activities, I was the leading officer in all that searches, and this was clearly a strategy that we worked out with regards to the interviews. And I did not distance myself from the interviews. I was there, and Captain Lombard was the runaround on that evening to make sure that the three teams that we divided is running concurrent. But I was there, and I was part of the process.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my Lord. Yesterday you testified that Captain Lombard came to tell you that my client is mentioning the name of a man, and the name of that man that you said Captain Lombard mentioned to you was Ayanda. Do you still remember telling the court this yesterday?
Yes, you want to object?
My Lord, I simply want to place on record that when Brigadier Nana testified about there was a confusion between the name Ayanda and Makalima.
I'm aware of that. I was the one that corrected the witness, but Ms. Mkabai is entitled to ask the question as to how that came about. That's why I'm going to allow the question. Yes, thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
My Lord, that was, thank you for the correction yesterday. It was just a normal mistake in mentioning the name Makalima.
I don't understand your answer, Brigadier.
I said there was a confusion with regards to the mentioning of the name of Ayanda and Makalima, and my Lord helped with the correction of that name yesterday.
In that process of being confused, but you sounded so confident when you said, Captain Lombard came to me and he told me that one of the suspects, I can't remember whether you mentioned my client, mentioned a name of a man. That was the evidence. Mentioned a name of a man, Ayanda, with full confidence.
As I said, I think my Lord rectified, and that was Makalima. And I submit to the court that I made that mistake, but it was not intentional with regards to it.
Brigadier, this might be important. Why I corrected it, because when Captain Lombard testified, it was not in dispute that it was the name Makalima that was mentioned. But one of the reasons I'm allowing these questions, because the name Ayanda features through the case. So I'm sure you're aware that because you had access to the inquiry file, when Ms. Mkabai's client, the first time that he had interacted with the police, he came up with a proposition. That was the day when he was still drugged. That was Molstein's impression. he was telling other people in his house that this was his proposition, that Ayanda was involved. Were you aware of the mention of the name Ayanda being involved in the disappearance of Joshlin at any stage?
My Lord, the name Ayanda came up in the inquiry, came up during talks, but as I said, that yesterday it was not intentional, but I remember the name Makalima is the lady that I was supposed to mention, and you helped me with the name Makalima. That is the name that was important in that context.
Thank you. You just said the name Ayanda came up in the talks. What were they saying about this name Ayanda in the talks?
No, in the investigation.
In the investigation. Yes, my Lord.
That I know that Ayanda was one of the subjects that needs to clarify his role, and that Ayanda was one of the people that people of interest that we have to follow up certain versions in the investigation, and I know the name Ayanda came up a few times in this investigation.
Did the police make a follow-up?
Yeah, that is correct. My Lord, Ayanda was on one of the interviews. Ayanda was his version was followed up, and that is the follow-up of and I think there is also a statement. If I may be incorrect, but there was a statement taken from Ayanda.
And what was the outcome of the follow-up of Ayanda's version or of Ayanda's investigation?
If Ayanda's version was not acceptable to the investigators, and he was to be found complicit in this crime, he would have been in this court today. And that is how I can explain it.
What are you implying? Be simple and clear, Brigadier.
If Ayanda was part of this crime, or he was a suspect, and we could have gathered enough evidence, he would have been charged and he would have been one of the accused today.
Are you implying that he's not a suspect?
As I said, he was a subject for investigation and follow-up, and a version of him needs to be followed up, and an alibi needs to be cleared up, and it was done in the investigation.
The information you received from Makalima, did it help the state case?
My Lord, yes, it helped the state case, and that's why she was interviewed, and we had clarity from her side of the matter. So it helped the state case.
Did you get Joshlin in her place?
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Did you get Joshlin in her place? In her residence?
In?
In Makalima's residence?
No, we did not find Joshlin in her residence.
Brigadier, do you know when Makalima was arrested?
Makalima was arrested on. She was brought in for questioning that night when her house was searched, and then she was arrested with the other three on the 5th.
You remind me now of my client's instructions that I have forgotten to put to you. My client instructs me that when Makalima was brought into the police station, she was also assaulted in the presence of her younger children, of her minor children. Did you see this? What is your comment to this?
My Lord, I do not have any knowledge about that. I do not have any questions, and in my presence that did not happen.
You can just bear with me, I just want to follow up. You told us yesterday, and I could visualize what you were telling us about the two children. The little girl that went to sleep, and I took it was a little boy.
Little boy.
That was entertaining the police.
That's correct. Right.
So from where you were sitting, could you see the children all the time, at least the boy? Or most of the time?
That's correct. I could see the boy running up and down in the passage. And he would come into the office where I was sitting. He was a cheerful boy, young one, and yes, I had some all the time.
And the reason I'm asking you is because the statement is that she was assaulted in the presence of her children.
I would never allow that to happen, my Lord, and that did not happen in front of her children.
Thank you.
This happened at the sea border offices, and you were never at the sea border offices. At all material times, therefore, you were at FCS offices.
My Lord, I do not know about it. As I said, I was not part of the physical interviews and interrogation or interviews of the suspects by then.
Now Makalima is arrested. Do you know when her charges were withdrawn?
I cannot give a correct date from where I sit now. I don't know if the prosecutors may have that date, but I cannot tell you now that it happened on the 7th, 8th of 9, but I know the charges were dropped.
As you were the head of this investigation, you might know the reasons why the state elected to withdraw the charges against her.
Close talks with the prosecutors, and a decision was taken collectively to drop the charges against Makalima, and I would say that we did not have enough for a successful prosecution against her. That's the reason why we made that decision.
I'll take you a step back. Are you aware that Ayanda was chauffeured in a police motor vehicle from Saldanha to Cape Town?
Can you repeat the question, my lord?
Are you aware that Ayanda was chauffeured in a police motor vehicle from Saldanha to Cape Town during the search and during the investigations?
My lord, that could have happened, that Ayanda, I remember on one stage that there was talks of threat against this, by then the suspects, and if that was the case, it would have been to take him out of harm, to take him out of, and to follow up certain versions if he was taken from Saldanha to Cape Town, to verify maybe his address or follow up any of the investigation of the explanations that he would have given. I would not say that I do not know about it, and if it happened, it would have been because of official reasons why he was chauffeured to Cape Town.
But you're not personally aware of it, of what happened?
My lord, yes, I am aware. I remember it was on a Saturday that Ayanda was picked up by one of the investigators, and I think he was taken for safekeeping or safety to a family member in Cape Town. I am aware about his transportation from Saldanha to Cape Town. He's got family in Cape Town.
Thank you, Brigadier. Is this the practice that is open to all citizens when they feel threatened, that they'll be aided away from those threats in police vehicles?
My lord, if it is a potential witness and or the person feel threatened, a decision can be made to take a person from the Western Cape overnight to another province, and that is how we protect and give safety to witnesses, especially in high profile matters. It happens a lot that we, for the safety of witnesses, that may be the practice.
Are you implying that Ayanda is a potential witness in this matter?
On that stage, my lord, we treated everyone that could have helped the investigation with cautiousness, and if not, we follow up versions and make sure that we exhaust the explanation in all the version that any of the persons was given to us on that stage.
I'm asking you this question, Brigadier, because we don't have affidavit statement from Ayanda, and in the witness list, we don't have the name Ayanda. How would
Just
you?
for completeness, I've looked at the list at the witness list as we were going along this morning. I can confirm on the named witnesses, he's not on the list of witnesses, but there's a proviso on the list that indicate that some of the witnesses' names and addresses are withheld in terms of Section 144 and the subsections of the Criminal Procedure Act. But the defense would be in possession of the statements, so I just want to give that context. So what's put to you is that there is no witness statement in the police docket from Ayanda, and it doesn't appear on the named witnesses on the witness list.
Thank you, my lord. Accepted.
Can you explain why you are saying, if you didn't give statement, why you are saying he was a potential witness?
His name is coming up. His name will coming up a lot, my lord. And if we did not follow up that and or make sure that it is enough to take a statement or to leave it not like that, part of our investigation is to exhaust any person that would have been a potential witness. If there's no statement, it means that his version was followed up and it was not needed to take a statement.
Brigadier, do you know how Ayanda is related to Makalima?
My lord, no, I don't want to speculate or to give a version how they are related. I do not know how they are related.
Are you aware that there are allegations that Ayanda is involved in the disappearance of Joshlin?
My lord, as I said, everyone who could have been involved with Joshlin disappearance was subject for interest and for interviews.
The evidence you are saying has helped the state case. When did you receive this evidence from Makalima?
Makalima's name came up during the interviews that was done by the team the night of the 4th. During that interviews, and part of our strategy was that if a name comes up, we follow up that lead immediately to dispute and or to take it further. That is where Makalima's name came up.
If now you received this information from Makalima during the interviews, why did you arrest her?
My lord, when it comes out of the interviews that there is enough for us to take her to a court of law, there was reasons for us to arrest and to charge her. on this matter because what she explained or alleged was not in line with what we wanted from her, my Lord.
Do you know for certain whether it was something she said or something that might have come from the other accused in the matter?
My Lord, the other accused was, I know from my collection, that she was implicated strongly by the other accused in this matter.
I have no further questions for this witness, my Lord.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Herman, before you cross-examined, there was just something that I wasn't sure of yesterday. It's got nothing to do with the merits. It was on the background of the brigadier. When you gave us your history in the police, you told us that you started out as what type of specialist?
A criminalistic expert.
Okay. And what does that mean?
You become a criminalistic expert in the field of a certain fingerprints. When you specialize, done all the courses and actively working in fingerprints, you become then an expert in fingerprints, where you are tested by a panel of experts and they endure the status of an expert to you. When you've done all that forensic courses and all that 3-year training courses, then you receive a certificate as a criminalistic expert.
So it's analyzing physical
evidence,
attributes
collection
of a person and of a scene, that type of thing.
That's correct.
Just to put me in the picture like that. Yes, Ms. Herman, any re-examination?
Thank you, my Lord. I do have 3 questions, and I
Certainly.
promise to stick to it. Firstly, Brigadier Hanana, did accused number 3, Mrs. Smith, as you know her, Kelly, ever report to you that she's heard screams and she's concerned about what's going on at sea border?
No, my Lord.
Second question, did she ever express concern or worry about accused number 1, Jacques Apollos, as you referred to him, Buta?
My Lord, Kelly, I remember that Kelly was concerned about Buta more, and one of the things that I, when we spoke with her, she was on that stage more worried about Buta than worried about the child, that is her child that is missing. She was very concerned about Buta, and I think that this was the closeness or the relationship, or I don't know what was it, but she was very concerned about Buta.
And my third question, was it ever a strategy by the police to make accused number 2, Stefano van Rijn, a 204 witness?
Not that I am aware of, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. Nothing further.
Thank you, Brigadier. You may be excused, and thank you for being patient with us. I know that you've been here a couple of times.
Thank you so much, my Lord.
And travel safely back to Cape Town.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you. Now, I don't know where your next witness is. I've raised an issue on Friday that I said if the parties want to address me on, I would hear you on it. Became more apparent yesterday of the line of attack on the alleged statements made by Mr. Apollos and Mr. Van Rijn. As I understand it, and it's clear now, that both of the accused avers that the content of the statement was not their own. Now, if that is the case, the content of the statements becomes admissible in this inquiry. So if the state intend to produce that, you must indicate so that I can hear any objections and then make a ruling. And also that might take some planning, because we might have to put up a screen, we might have to download the movies, as we were struggling with the Wesley Lombard issue. So I just want you to keep that in mind. And you can tell me when and how, whether you first want to call another witness now, and then when we take a break, to have a discussion with your colleagues, so that you decide how you're going to do it. If I need to hear the argument, I would like to deal with the law point today, if we need to, so that we know where we're going. Right. Ms. Herman.
My Lord, at the outset and in response to the court's inquiry, it is the state's position that the contents may be disclosed to the court in light of what has emerged under cross-examination. That is our position. We also follow the view that this court must have insight into the videos as well. So we will be dealing with the contents of that confession and the videos and the pointing outs. Those are all video evidence, real evidence that we will be adducing. So we agree with the court, the contents may be disclosed to the court when the need arises. As far as witnesses go, my Lord, we have Sergeant Johnson that is here. She is the official that handed over the 14A to the accused. I do believe we are of the view that her evidence is necessary. Perhaps we can dispose of that evidence and then take the adjournment and deal with.
So let's call the witness.
Certainly. Sergeant Johnson.
Please give your full name to the court.
Alicia Ingrid Johnson.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say I do, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
My Lord, this is witness number 2 on the witness list. Sergeant Johnson has made several statements in the police docket.
But today she's going to testify about the trial within the trial.
Indeed, I'm going to limit her evidence to that specific aspect.
So, for the record, the witness is on the witness list as witness number 2. That's for the spelling of the name and surname. Don't have to be concerned about it. The stenographer will make the note for the transcribers. Will the witness testify in English or in Afrikaans?
Her preference is Afrikaans.
Afrikaans, all right. So, who's going to sit next to the witness? You're going to do it. Mr. Yankees. So can you just test that sound, Mr. Yankees? You'll be assisted. Can you move closer? Let's just test it. No work here.
There goes another meme, my lord.
Well, I was saying to Mr. Yankees when we had a break yesterday, we must get used to that his voice will be amplified in this venue, which is not what he's used to in the other courts. All right.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Johnson, please tell the court, how long have you been in the service?
18 jaar.
18 years.
Eerder achtbare.
You currently hold the rank of sergeant.
Dat is correct, eerder achtbare.
Is it further correct that you fall under the command of Captain Lombard and Brigadier Halana?
Dat is correct, eerder achtbare.
With which unit are you based?
Die anti-kidnapping task team.
For how many years have you been with this unit?
2,5 jaar.
Now, we know that you also became involved in this particular matter.
Dat is correct, eerder achtbare.
And for this purpose, I'm only going to focus on the events that transpired at sea border on the 4th and 5th of March.
Rechts, eerder achtbare.
Please tell the court on the...
Just a moment, can we maybe, just for the benefit of the accused, because the Afrikaans from the witness, that we just adjust the microphone first so that we can have her voice slightly louder. Or is it possible for you to sit slightly closer to the microphone? Yeah, that might assist. Thank you, sir.
Do you want to do a test? Can we hear you?
Zekerlijk, eerder achtbare.
I just want to clarify. Sergeant Johnson, is this the first time you're testifying in a high court?
Nee. Nee, eerder achtbare.
How many times have you testified?
Once before, eerder achtbare.
Once.
Very well. Can you please tell the Honourable Court what the events of the 4th of March were? You can start in the course of the day, possibly early morning. What were your duties?
Die 4de Maart 2024 het ons...
The 4th of March 2024,
het ons in hierdie saal ontmoet,
came together in this hall,
waar ons in different groepe gedeel is,
where we were divided into different groups,
om die soektog wat in die tuine en op die verskillende buiteplase plaasgevind het.
as in connection with the search that was happening at the dunes, different plots that was taking place, different farms in the dunes.
Ja, so ons het in die different groepe was ons ingedeel
We were divided into different groups,
en ons het 'n komande van die groep gekry
and then we given a command for that group.
en ons het beweeg na die different plekke waar ons gesit is vir die dag
Then we proceeded to different places that we were assigned to for the day,
en die search het plaasgevind
and the search took place.
en na die soektog het ons
After the search,
na die soektog het kaptein Lombard my gebel
I was told by Captain Lombard
en hy het gevra dat ons terug moet kom na die FCS gebou waar hy ons wil sien.
he requested that we return back to the FCS building where he wanted to see us.
Ons het na die FCS gebou beweeg, ons hele span.
We proceeded as a team to the FCS building.
En as ek praat van ons span, dan praat ek nog van die anti-kidnapping task team wat in Saldanha was.
When I mentioned the team, then I referred to the anti-kidnapping team that was based in Saldanha.
By die FCS gebou aangekom,
We arrived at the FCS building.
Captain Lombard en Brigadier Anana
Captain Lombard as well as Brigadier Anana
het ons gebrief
briefed us
met wat volgende gaan plaasvind.
about what was going to take place following. It was to follow.
Ons was meegedeel dat Kelly, Jacqueline en Stefano dat hulle na die perseel gebring gaan word
We were informed that Kelly, Stefano, and Japan were to be brought to the building. They were going to be brought to the building
waar hulle geïnterview gaan word.
where interviews will be conducted with them.
Hulle het opgedag
They arrived.
Can you please guide us? At what time did you arrive at Seaport?
Kan u asseblief vir ons sê hoe laat het u daar het u by Seaport aangekom?
Dit was laatmiddag, eerder 8:00. Ek sal sê as ek nou mooi terugdink kan sal dit seker so tussen 5 tot 5 se kant.
It was late afternoon, my lord. If I think back, it was about 5:30.
Appels voor toe.
4 to 5. Yeah.
And if I can just take you back, what time did you as the task team participate in the searches? That was, you spoke about that being during the day, so at what time did you start your duties then?
En dan ek weer 3 keer kan terugvat, hoe laat het die as 'n takspan begin met die pligte die dag?
As ek gaan mooi onthou, ek dink het ons het omtrent 7:30 die oggend hier by die saal gewoond.
If I remember well, I think we came together there at the hall at about 7:30.
Die soektog was lank.
The search was long.
Ja, so ek kan onthou het was agtermiddag, laat agtermiddag.
So I remember it was late afternoon
Wat ons terug was by FCS gebou hierdie
when we returned back to the FCS, my lord.
Thank you. You
Just
may
one
proceed.
moment.
Dank u, u
Just
mag
one moment.
voortgaan.
Die drie persone het
Just one
aangekom.
moment.
The 3
Just
persons
one
arrived.
moment. I don't think this microphone is working. I've noticed some uniformed members of correctional services come in. You may sit closer with the other officials if you so wish, or you can stay there. But if you wish to move to the area where the uniformed officials are sitting, you may do so. Yes, thank you.
Please proceed.
So it is a long search, the whole day in the groups, each one has a different commander. Did you come back here or did you go from the field to FCS?
Ons is uit die veld uit, rechtdeur na FCS gebouw hierdie achtbare.
We came out of the field right direct to the FCS building, my lord.
Yes, you said that 3 persons arrived, correct?
Ja, hy het gesê 3 persone daar opgedaag reg.
Dat is correct, hierdie achtbare.
Correct, my lord.
Proceed.
Gaan voort.
Toe ons, ek kan nou net van myself praat, toe ek nou in die FCS gebou
I
kom,
can only speak about myself upon my arrival there at the FCS.
want toe die 3 persone arriveer, het Kelly het in die FCS gebou gegaan.
When the 3 persons arrived, Kelly entered the FCS building.
Die 2 manspersone wat nou Stefano en Jacqueline was, het opgegaan na die seabode kantoor.
And the 2 males, Stefano and Jacqueline, went up to the seaborder office.
Myself en my ander vrouwelijke collega,
Myself and another female colleague,
Sergeant Madri,
Sergeant?
Madri,
Madri.
van de Wald.
van der Wald.
Ons het by Kelly, ons was by Kelly in die voorportaal daar wat sy gesit het.
We were with Kelly in the front portal where she was seated.
Reception area.
Reception.
Is that correct?
Reg so?
Dis korrek reg, maar
Correct, my lord.
Proceed.
For you.
ons het met Kelly gesels net so in die algemeen.
We had a conversation with the Kelly, in a general conversation with Kelly,
Soos like van waar sy en
as to where she comes from.
ek en sy het op 'n tyd saam gehad om ook by te kan.
And at some stage, myself and I went to have a smoke outside.
So die interview het nog nie begin met haar nie, ons het net vir haar comfortable gemaak.
At that stage, the interview has not started with her, we just made it comfortable.
Can you tell us how long you were at FCS with accused number 3, Mrs. Smith, that's Kelly?
Kan jy asseblief vir ons sê hoe lank was jy by die FCS kantoor gewees met verskil nommer 3
Ons
juffrou
was,
Kelly?
ek was 'n redelike tyd met haar oma
For
van
the
die vicinity van haar, sal ek sê.
a reasonable time in a presence of in a vicinity for the reasonable time.
Want daar was op 'n tyd dat daar 'n man aangekom wat gesê het hy het ook informasie.
Because at some stage a man arrived and he also said that he's got information.
Kaptein Lombard het met hom gedeel.
Captain Lombard dealt with him.
In die verloop van die aand
As the night progressed,
het kaptein Lombard met my gedeel dat hulle gaan die adres doen wat hierdie man wat nou bekend geraak het as Owen.
Captain Lombard told me that they are going to visit the address that this man made mention of. The man's name was Owen.
Ja, ek was nou ongelukkig nog nie deel van die team wat gegaan het na die adres wat Owen het gewys het.
Unfortunately, I was not part of the team that went to visit the address mentioned by Owen.
Hulle is toe weg.
When they then left,
Ek en Madri het agtergebly.
myself and Madri remained behind.
Ek is nou nie seker nie, maar ek dink daar was van die crime intelligence vroumense wat ook saam met ons
I am not sure. I think there were female members from the crime intelligence that wat saamgegaan wat met hulle gewees het of saamgegaan in daai span.
nou wat steeds was.
Or that, yeah, that remain with us.
En I know Brigadier Nana was still in the office.
Ek weet dat brigadier en Nana was nog steeds in die kantoor.
If I may, we've heard, or this court has received evidence from Captain Lombard as well as Brigadier Hanana that on that particular night there was a certain strategy or means of investigation that was employed by the team. Is that correct? So, in other words, some people had certain roles to do and play. Are you aware of that?
Is u bewus daarvan?
That's correct, Heer Agbare.
That's correct, my lord.
What was your role?
Wat was die deelname? Wat was die rol?
Op daardie oomblik was dit nou net om die waarheid te kry uit Kelly uit om te vra waar is Joshlin.
At that stage, it was to get the truth from Kelly as to Joshlin's whereabouts. Where's Joshlin?
Because dat was die doel waarvoor ons allemaal in Saldanha was om uit te vind. Waar is Joshlin?
Because that was the goal of, that was the aim of Saldanha, is Joshlin's whereabouts.
It was the goal of your presence in Saldanha, correct?
Dat is waarvoor ons is, Heer Agbare.
That is why we, my lord,
Proceed.
gaan voort.
Kaptein Lombard hulle het toe teruggekom van die adres van Owen uitgewys het.
Captain Lombard and them returned or came back from the address that was pointed out to them by Owen.
Are you sure Captain Lombard went to the Owen address?
Is seker dat Captain Lombard deel van die mense wat na Owen's address toe gegaan het?
Ek is nog nie seker nie, maar ek weet Kaptein Lombard hulle het gesê hulle is terug, die mense is terug.
I am not sure, but I know Captain Lombard said that they are back, the people are returned back.
En die results was negatief.
And the results were negative. Of the uitslae was negative.
Proceed.
Hy het toe gesê ons kan maar begin nou met die amptelike onderhoud met Kelly.
Also said that we may proceed with the official onderhoud with Kelly.
Proceed.
Die onderhoud te begin met Kelly.
The interview started with Kelly.
Sy vir ons verduidelik het van sy wakker geskrik het die oggend.
Where she explains to us from the time she got awake the morning.
Dis nou op die
Just a moment.
dis
Yes, my lord, I will take the witness to the relevant aspect. Okay.
We're
Sergeant,
only dealing with
indeed.
the statements of accused 1 and 2. So I don't want to hear the detail about what was discussed with Kelly, etc.
Noted, my lord. Sergeant Johnson,
Sergeant Johnson,
whilst you were at the FCS office, we know that that building is linked to Seaborder, is that correct? The FCS office and the Seaborder is in the same building, is that correct?
is op dieselfde perseel.
it's on the same premises,
Same
yeah,
premises.
same premises.
Right. In that time, did you at any stage go up to the Seaborder section where accused numbers 1 and 2 were held or interviewed?
Nee, Akbar.
No, my lord.
What happened later, or should I say to the early hours of the morning of the 5th of March in respect of...
No. Did you hear any screams or sounds coming from the Seaborder from where you were?
Nee, Eerder Akbar.
No, my lord.
And you say you were with Kelly, with accused
Ja.
number 3.
Sy was die enigste een wat geskree het toe hy sy aangegaan het aan Eerder Akbar.
She's the only one who screamed the way she went on, my lord.
Okay, now you can fast forward.
Thank you, my lord. What happened in the early hours of that morning in respect with regards to accused numbers 1 and 2?
That's now the morning of the 5th.
The early hours of the morning of the 5th.
Presies nou van
Let me
Exactly what you're
Let
talking
me be
about now.
clear. There's certain documents that you were requested to obtain, the SAP 14A. Can you tell us about that?
At about omtrent 4:30 die oggend
At about 3:30 in the morning,
het kaptein Lombard gesê dat daar was nou besluit tussen hom en brigadier dat ons die inquiry nou na 'n docket gaan omswaai.
Captain Lombard said that the decision was taken between him and the brigadier that the inquiry will be turned into a docket. Now, as a result of the inquiry, the docket will be open.
Hulle het vir my die administrasie gemaak van die docket,
They made me administrator of the docket,
waarvan ek die A1 verklaring moes insit.
waarvan where I had to insert the A1 statement.
Ek het Ek moes die 3 beskuldigdes, hulle toe beskuldigdes te geraak, van getuies na beskuldigdes.
Then the accused became accused from being witnesses. They became accused.
Ek het die nodige dokumente ingevul.
I completed the necessary documents.
Ek het die SCP 14A, wat die Notice of Rights is, het ek gaan haal by die
I
polisiestasie.
went to fetch the 14A, which is the notice of rights from the police station.
Ek het dit ingevul vir die beskuldigdes.
I completed it for the accused, or
En,
filled it in for the accused.
en ek het dit oorhandig aan hulle, waarvan ek het vir hulle explain het.
I handed it over to them, and I explained it to them.
Where exactly did you do that? Where exactly did you hand over the SAP 14 and explain it to them?
Kellis en het ek in die FCS gebou.
Kelly's one was done at the FCS building.
Toe ek uitkom by die gebou, toe sal ek sien dat Stefano en Boeta is in voertuie.
As I went out of the building, I noticed that Stefano and Buta were in vehicles.
Hulle was in aparte vehicles.
They were in separate vehicles.
Ek het Boeta sinne gegee, en Stefano sinne gegee,
I
waarvan
gave-
ek het verduidelik het.
I gave Buta his one, and I gave Stefano his one, and I've explained it to them.
En hulle het dit geteken,
They signed it,
en waarvan ek vir hulle 'n kopie gegee het.
and I gave each a copy.
My Lord, I intend to hand these in as exhibits.
I'm just checking. We had exhibits yesterday afternoon. That's not on my index yet. So we're now going to exhibit double D.
Indeed.
The first one will be double D, double E, double F in the sequence, and as you give them to me, I will mark them.
Certainly, my Lord, we're just getting the originals. Sergeant Sangozi, 18, 19, and 20. I'm going to hand mine to the witness in the meantime.
Did you say Sergeant Sangozi?
I did, my Lord.
Is that the person sitting behind you?
Indeed, my Lord.
Because I could overhear you saying Sergeant Sangozi. Wasn't he one of the people in the room where the interviews took place?
I believe he was, if I understand it correctly, I think he assisted with the interpretation when Pumza Sekak was
No. Oh, why? Captain Lombard.
Sorry that I couldn't
Yesterday morning,
He was part of it.
and I'm trying to find it. It was yesterday, and it was the bottom of one of my pages where I wrote it. It was on a question from Miss Mkabai. So who were the people in the room where Mr. Van Rijn was interviewed? And yes, I was right, it's right at the bottom of the page that I wrote it. It's on my page 81 of book 3. It says, Mr. Kelly. I had a little giggle to myself because we had another witness, Kelly. There are at least 3 times Kelly already, and I see on the list of witnesses there's another Kelly coming. And this is Mr. Kelly, Mr. Hector, Sergeant Sangozi, plus, so I'm not going to go further, So I don't know whether you're going to call Sergeant Sankosi at all. I didn't know the gentleman sitting over there this morning is Sergeant Sankosi, but he might be a witness.
My Lord, I can confirm that Sergeant Fortain will be testifying in this matter. At this stage, we did not anticipate calling Sergeant Sangozi in the trial within a trial, but his name is on the list. He is part of the investigation team.
No, I just wanted to, I don't want problems afterwards.
Certainly, my Lord.
So let me just mark these exhibits and identify them. Exhibits double D, DD, EE, and FF will be the same type of document. I have rearranged it. In a different order than what the serial numbers go, for ease of reference later. It's the forms SAP 14 capital A, marked with the Saldanha CAS. Exhibit double D is the one with the serial number ending in 432, and that's the one that relates to Mr. Paulus. Exhibit E, similarly described, Exhibit double E, similarly described but with the serial number 433 at the end. That's the one relating to Mr. Van Rijn, accused number 2. Exhibit FF is the one ending serial number 431 that relates to Ms. Smith.
I have that, my Lord.
They're all similarly described, now admitted as exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Sergeant Johnson, you have in front of you the exhibit, as the Honourable Court has referred to. Is this the documents that you handed to the accused 1, 2, and 3?
That's correct,
Correct, my lord.
In what language did you explain these rights?
In Afrikaans heb ek dit verduidelik vir hulle.
In Afrikaans, I've explained it to them, my lord.
And I note that the time on all 3 documents refer to 0400 hours. Can you explain that?
Ek het die document uitgemaak. Toe ek die document uitgemaak het, was het 4 uur.
When I made that document, it was 4 o'clock.
Ongelukkig het ek nou op al 3 4 uur geskryf en ek het nie weer gekyk hoe laat dit is in die agter.
Unfortunately, I wrote down on them, all of them 4 o'clock, my lord, because I did not look as to what time it was, my lord.
So ek het al 3 eers uitgeskryf en toe na die beskuldigdes te gegaan.
Therefore, I wrote all 3 of them out, and then after that, I took them to the accused.
Now, is it further correct, Sergeant Johnson, that you were the initial investigating officer or registered as the investigating officer in this matter?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correct, my lord.
What happened after these forms were issued to the accused? What did you do?
And what
After you handed these 14 A's to the respective accused, what happened after that? What did you do?
ek het dit gaan file in die docket.
I went to file it in the docket, my lord.
I didn't get that.
Ek het dit gaan file in die docket, Your Honor.
I went to file it in the docket, my lord.
Do you know what happened to the accused thereafter?
Dat het bekend geraakt dat Stefano en Puta wil verklarings afleggen.
It became known that Stefano and Puta wanted to make statements.
Ik heb toegegaan naar de politiestatie toe.
I then went to the police station.
Ik heb hulle ingaan bij de politiestatie.
I went to book them in the police station.
According to the 14A.
According to the 14A.
Just a moment. The last I've heard, I didn't hear where Kelly was. She was in the FCS building. But I don't know whether she was handcuffed or not. But insofar as it relates to the two male persons, they were in separate vehicles. That's where you took the 14A's to them.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correct, my lord.
Were they handcuffed?
Ik kon niet eindelijk zien, Your Honor, het was donker.
I couldn't see, my lord. I couldn't actually see, my lord. It was dark.
Ik heb niet opgelet of hulle gehandcuffed is.
I did not take note whether or not they were handcuffed.
But they signed these
Maar hij
forms.
zei zo, ik zal het vatten, hulle was gehandcuffed, want ik heb niemand gevraagd om hulle handen los te maken.
They signed, my lord, therefore accept that they were not handcuffed because I did not request anyone to loosen their hands.
Wouldn't it be uncommon for somebody? It's possible to sign with handcuffs on.
Normaal procedure sal achter de rug vastgemaakt wees.
The normal procedure, my lord, their hands will be behind their backs.
But you didn't see handcuffs that you
I
could
didn't
tell
see,
me.
ik heb die handboeien gezien, Your Honor.
I did not see handcuffs, my lord.
En toen hulle gesign het, was daar, ik kan niet onthouden dat ik iemand gevraagd om hulle handen los te maken.
And when they signed, I do not remember me requesting a person to loosen their hands, my lord.
Okay, now you can tell us, you took them, did you take them to the police station?
Nee, Your Honor.
No, my lord.
Do you know how they arrived at the police station?
Ja, Your Honor.
No,
Ik
my
weet
lord.
het hulle daar opgedag. Ik kan niet onthouden wie die bestuurders van die different voertuigen was.
All I know that they ended up there or they arrived there. I do not know who the drivers of the vehicles were, my lord.
And which police station was it?
Saldanha, Your Honor.
Saldanha, my lord.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that so that we have the sequence right.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant Johnson, was that the only contact you had with accused 1 and 2 that 4th and 5th of March?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further for the witness.
Just want to check something before because I'm going to take a short break before the cross-examination. So I just want to clarify a few issues so that if the defense wants to cross-examine on it, then they can cross-examine on it. Who arrested them formally?
Your Honor, toen ik die Fort in Eiffel voorhandig het,
My lord, when I handed over the 14I,
het ik die klagtes aan hulle gestel
I informed them of the charges.
en ek het hulle regte vir hulle explain
I explained their rights to them.
en ek het vir hulle ook meegedeel dat hulle 'n aanhouding gaan wees vir hierdie saak
Ja,
dat
also-
hulle voor aangekla word.
I also informed them that they will be
So
taken
ek
into
was
custody for the charges for which they charged for.
so ek was die een wat die arrestasieverklaring ook ingesit het.
I'm also the one who inserted the arrest statements.
You didn't work with him again after that, on that morning until the next day? Were you involved with taking them to for statements, etc.?
Nee, Your Honor, ek
No,
was
my
nie
lord.
betrokke nie.
I was not involved.
Who booked them into the cells?
Dat sal ek wees dan, Your Honor.
It would be me, my lord.
Now, yesterday there was a running back and forth about a cell register, but it was never handed up. Did you also complete that? Or at this police station, do they have somebody else completing the cell register?
Die selregister was ingevul, Here Agbare.
The cell register was completed, my lord.
By whom?
Ek is nou nie seker wat my aanskrif is of die CSC commande nie. Kan nie onthou nie, maar ek weet hulle name is daar.
I'm not sure is it my handwriting of a CSC commander, but I know that my handwriting is in there, my lord.
Does that register make provision for injuries?
Die 14 en die selregister, Here Agbare, nee.
No.
Where would that be noted?
Dat
If
moet in,
any.
dat moet in die OB entry moet gemaak word.
In the occurrence
as daar injuries is op die verskuldigd is.
Or if there's injuries on the accused.
Whose responsibility will that be?
Wie se verantwoordelikheid sal dit wees?
Dit sal die CSC commande wees wat hulle ontvang.
To be the charge office commander, this my lord who receives them.
So they get brought, let's accept for argument's sake, because I don't know who took them there, you also don't know. But it would be people coming from Seaborder, FCS, bring them to the police station.
That's correct, Here Agbare.
Correct, my lord.
Then you say the person who receives them has to make an entry.
Dat hy vir hulle ontvang, Here
And
Agbare.
is it
That he
then-
received them, my lord.
Is it then in that register, if the person has injuries, the injuries should be noted, or no injuries if the person has no injuries?
That's correct, Here Agbare.
Correct, my lord.
You don't know whether that was made.
Jy weet jy dat
Wat
dit
doen
al
jy?
gedoen gewees het.
Daar behoort 'n OB te wees as dit nou gedoen word volgens die boeke, Here Agbare.
There should be an occurrence register, my lord, if it was done.
Is that the book that's called the SABC 10?
10, that's correct, Here Agbare.
Correct, my lord.
Because we were told yesterday, that's the reason I'm asking you, when I think it was Mr. Kabai Mr. Kabai started this morning, when Mr. Kabai cross-examined Captain Lombard, the way I understood the evidence, there's nothing in the SABC 10 for that morning for the three of the accused. So somebody didn't complete it.
As daar nie,
It looks like it.
het sal baie snaaks wees.
It will be very
Here Agbare, as daar nie
funny, my
'n
lord.
entry gemaak is.
If no entry was made, it will be funny, my lord.
You might find it, I think what you mean by snark, strange
Yes,
Strange.
and not funny,
yes.
because it's definitely not funny.
Strange.
No reflection on you. But I've seen in this case, with other witnesses, how the very same station, the SAPS, was manipulated and lied in it. False entries were made. It related to cell visits, but you know how the cell visits were supposed to happen.
Every hour.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
there's supposed to be more than one person going and so forth. But false entries were made in that very same SAPS 10 at Saldanha. So I don't find it funny, nor am I surprised. But I want the full picture because, and I want you to tell me if you know before I take the break so that Defence Counsel will know what to prepare on. Anything else, Ms. Herman, before you step off this witness?
Yes, my lord, I do have one question for the witness. When you saw Jacques Apollos, accused number 1, did you note any injuries on him?
Ja, ek het gesien hy het 'n blou oog.
Yes, I saw that he's got a blue eye.
Did you ask him about that injury?
Nee, ek het nie.
No, I did not,
Here Agbare.
my lord.
Did you hear any screams or outcries for help whilst you were at the...
She already answered that question. It was a question from me.
Sorry, my lord.
And she said the only person who was screaming was accused number 3 in the manner she spoke.
Thank you, my lord. Did Kelly ever report any concerns about any assault on Buta to you?
Nee, eerdagbare.
No, my lord.
Were you there when the accused were... I'm sorry, my lord, this is a question from my colleague. I just want clarity on what she... her handwriting. Were you present when the accused were booked in at Saldanha?
Booked in?
In the cell register?
Oh, no, she said she was there, but this somebody else
Made the entry.
She wasn't sure who filled out the register.
Very well. Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further for the witness.
Thank you. So I'm going to take a short adjournment. Mr. Haramse, can you maybe just give the details of the case for tomorrow?
Certainly, ma'am.
To my registrar. I will then contact the magistrate in Atlantis.
Thank you, my lord.
I'll do that now in the break. It's 10:20. Let's take a 20-minute break until 20 to 11. Making it slightly longer. I need to assist Mr. Haramse because I forced him into appearing here tomorrow. So I need to sort out his case in the magistrate's court. But also, we're going to try and stagger our day so that we'd rather have shorter breaks and half an hour or so over lunch, so that we can at least finish this witness and maybe another one. The court will adjourn 22. the notice numbers on exhibits double D through to double F. The numbers, serial numbers also appear there. Seems as if time that they were booked in was 4:05. Then from there, that's difficult to follow now. Yeah. Seems to me Ms. Smith went to Lombard SABC. I'm looking at 14.3. Says 10 o'clock on that morning. The next person was Mr. Pollis, went to Leipzig. One person went to Hopefield. Now I don't know because I can't follow through the way it's
Copied.
because it's not numbered on the next page. That could be the person that went to Hopefield was possibly Ms. Sigaka, and then seems to me Mr. Van Rijn says place of safety. Don't know what that means. The times, if these are the same numbers, will be 10 o'clock for Ms. Smith, 14:38 for Mr. Pollis, and 1500 hours for Mr. Van Rijn. For what it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. There's just one other aspect I want to clarify with the witness, my lord, but this comes later the morning of the 5th when Sergeant Johnson had made arrangements and fetched one of the accused, that's Stefano Van Rijn, if I may read on that. Certainly, Sergeant Johnson. On the 5th, later that morning, you had interaction with accused number 2, is that correct?
That's correct, Meneer Agbara.
Correct, my lord.
Please tell the court what happened.
Meneer Agbara, ek het na ek hom ingeboek het
My lord, after I booked him in
by Saldanha,
at Saldanha,
was ek opdrag gegee om Stefano terug te kry by FCS vir sy onderhoud.
I was given an instruction to take Stefano back to FCS for his interview,
Waarvan ek kom so na 8 gaan haal het by Saldanha
from which I went to fetch him from Saldanha.
en ek het hom FCS gebou toe geneem
I took him to FCS building,
waar ek hom oorhandig het aan Sergeant Benjamin as ek reg onthou.
upon which I handed him over to Sergeant Benjamin, if I remember well,
En daarna is ek weg.
after which I left, or from there onwards I left.
On the same day, did you receive accused number 2 from Sergeant Benjamin?
Dis korrek.
Correct, my lord.
Raagbare, ek dink dit was seker so na 10 so voor 11
I think it was about
as ek
after
reg
10,
onthou.
before 11, if I remember well. Rebecca.
En brigadier Nana my gebel om terug te kom
Brigadier Nana called me to return back or to come back
toe FCS gebou
to the FCS building
want Stefano het aan die slaap geraak gedurende die onderhoud
because Stefano fell asleep during the interview,
waarvan ek en my 2 kollegas
upon which myself and my 2 colleagues
vir Stefano geneem het na St. Helena polisiestasie.
took Stefano to St. Helena police station.
Is that all?
Dis reg, raagbare.
Correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Sorry, my lord. Did you book out Mr. Van Ryn later that morning from St. Helena Police station?
Van die stasie homself om weer terug te bring?
From the station itself to bring him back?
Nee, nie daardie oggend nie.
Not that morning.
When was that then?
Ek kan nie lekker onthou nie.
I do not remember well.
If I booked him out on that specific day,
Of
die
ek
spesifieke dag.
of ek van hierdie betrokke dag uitgeboek het al dan nie.
Ek weet ek het geneem eerder afbare
All I know, I took him, my lord,
na St. Helena Bay. Ek kan nie onthou of ek hom weer uit gaan boek het nie.
to St. Helena Bay. I do not know whether or not I booked him out again.
Thank you, my lord.
Can you have a look at Exhibit GG before I start with the cross-examination? That, the handwriting, is that yours?
Dat lyk so hierdie agbare esteties seker. Ja, dit is myne.
It looks like that, my lord. I'm not sure. Yes, it's mine, my lord.
So if you turn the page, the one that says 12 now, I don't know who made these copies, but this is not a complete record.
Ek het die PDF-skrifte gemaak, maar
And
dit is
how
nie
somebody
volledige
can
record.
certify that it's a true copy of the original if it's not a complete copy, I don't know how that could be, but be that as it may. Can you look under column 12?
Ja, hierdie agbare.
Yes, my lord.
Whose handwriting is that?
Dat sal nou nie myne wees hierdie agbare. Ek vul net die eerste blaai in.
It won't be mine, my lord. I only complete the first page.
Ek vul in tot by kolom 7
As
hierdie
far as
agbare.
column 7, my lord.
Does that make sense to you? The entries there, does it make sense to you?
Kolom 12 hierdie agbare.
Yeah. If that refers, if this page, the so-called page 12, second page, has anything to do with page 1, does that make sense to you, the entries there?
Nee, hierdie agbare.
No, my lord.
Hierdie tye nie.
Not at times, my lord.
The dates doesn't make sense, the time doesn't make sense.
Nee, hierdie agbare.
And
No, my lord.
the CAS number, no, that's an OB entrance.
That's 'n ou entry hierdie agbare.
But if they were out of the cells on the 5th, how could somebody still make entries about them on the 6th? Because they weren't there.
Ek sien so hierdie agbare.
Or do
I see that, my lord.
Do you maybe as a police officer know how to explain this?
Hierdie agbare daardie tyd wat hulle daar op die 60 gesit is.
My lord, at the time that is indicated there on the 6th,
It's supposed om die tyd te wees wanneer 'n suspek aangekla word,
it's supposed to be the time when the suspect is charged,
wanneer hulle verwittig word van 'n ondersoekbeampte om te sê die suspek is aangekla.
they are informed by the investigating officer that the suspect is charged.
But you charged them,
At different police stations, not at Saldanha.
you charged them, you detained them in the morning.
I detained them. Ek het hulle aangehou in die oggend om eerder
I detained them in the morning, my lord.
Then you fetched the one person, and according to this document, they were out of the cells by at least 3 o'clock, the last one.
That's correct.
If the second page has anything to do with page 1,
That's correct,
Correct, my
3
lord.
o'clock on the 5th. So how would Saldanha police, because they would not be in those cells anymore,
That's correct,
That is correct, my
how
lord.
would they make an entry on the 6th of March at 11 o'clock in the evening in relation to them?
Ek kan nie dat antwoord hier
I
agter.
cannot answer that, my lord,
Want die beskuldigdes was nie in Saldanha se selde nie.
because the accused were not in Saldanha cells.
Ms. Ehrman, did the state check this document before they handed it up to me?
My Lord, as the copies were brought to us,
I did not ask you about copies were brought to you. I asked you whether you checked it.
We did, my Lord.
And why wasn't this pointed out to me?
My Lord, unfortunately, we don't have an explanation for why
And-
this entry is
No,
as it is.
but this is the document you hand up to me in court as an exhibit. A, it's an incomplete document. B, it doesn't make sense. C, the state simply failed to highlight it to me.
My Lord, I apologize. All I can say is this is what we received, and we cannot take that explanation any
You
further.
can't just, because you receive it from somewhere, hand it up to me as a true copy of the original and not tell me about discrepancies. Doesn't work that way.
I apologize, my Lord.
You done?
Yes, my Lord.
Mr. Aramsa.
My Lord Mayor just mentioned the same document exhibit GG that was now handed up. It's, to me too, it doesn't make sense at all in relation to accused one. If one looks at the first page at column 5, my Lord, it says arrest, and then column 5.1, date. In line 14, there's a date 24/3/05.
Well, that's the way they decide to write it. So it's the 5th of March of 2024. They decide to write the American style.
I see that, my Lord. First the year, then the month, and then the day. Yeah.
It's apparent if you look at the other dates.
Yes, yes. It makes sense to me now, yeah.
That now makes sense to you.
Yes, yes. Thank you, my Lord.
But you may cross-examine
Thank you.
on relevant items that make sense.
Sergeant, I just have one or two questions for you. You confirm that you have no knowledge of what happened in Sea Border, what happened to accused one.
Dis korrek, Iragbare.
Correct, my lord.
You also gave evidence and you mentioned he had a blue eye. When did you see that?
Toe ek die 14A oorhandig het aan hom,
When I did,
Iragbare.
when I gave him the 14A, my lord.
And that was 4 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock. You said you filled the documents in at 4 o'clock, made them all the same time, and he was sitting in the vehicle.
Dis korrek.
Correct, my lord.
Now, while I'm busy with that point, my instructions are that my client, Mr. Pollers, was handcuffed.
Soos ek getuig het, Iragbare.
As I testified, my lord,
Ek kan nie onthou dat ek iemand gevra het om sy handcuffs los te maak om die dokument te sign nie.
I do not remember requesting anyone to loosen his handcuffs so that he can sign the documents.
So, ek kan nie sê of ek kan nie onthou dat hy gehandcuff was nie.
Therefore, I cannot remember whether or not he was handcuffed.
He says he was handcuffed and he was not released. You can't remember seeing him sign while the handcuffs are on?
Nee, ek
No.
Hy het geteken die dokument met sy hand
Hy signed.
sonder dat ek sou gesien het as handcuffs.
He signed the document with his hand. I would have seen if he had handcuffs on.
But you just said you didn't ask somebody to uncuff him. He says he was handcuffed. You say he wasn't.
Soos ek sê, ek kan nie sien dat ek het nie gesien dat hy gehandcuff is.
As I said,
Here agbare.
I did not see that he was handcuffed, my lord.
But if he was handcuffed in front, not at the back,
Dan sal ek het gesien dat Here agbare.
I would have seen it, my lord.
it would still have been possible to sign
That's correct,
with
Here agbare.
handcuffs on.
It is correct, my lord.
Was he sitting in the car when he signed this 14A?
Hy het gesit in die voertuig, Here
He was
agbare.
seated in a vehicle, my lord.
Can you remember what clothes he had on his upper body?
Nee, Here agbare.
No, my lord.
So if you look at my robes, and if it has long sleeves, and I am cuffed, and I'm sitting in a car, early morning, it's dark, I might be cuffed without you seeing it.
Is moontlik, Here agbare.
Possible, my lord.
Because by then, both him and Mr. Van Rijn were already detained.
That's correct, Here agbare.
Correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I put it to you that you either can't remember and you're giving evidence about something that you can't remember, or you're not being truthful with this court. What's your reply to that?
En wat
About my client being in the car, it's dark, you gave him the SAP 14, he signed, you can't remember if he was
She's
covered.
already conceded, Mr. Harmsen, that
Yes.
it's possible.
Yeah. Thank you, my lord. The SAP 14 was signed by my client. If you look at, you have it in front of you, Exhibit DD.
SAP 14A.
Sorry, my lord, yes, 14A. And you look at the, where it says signature, stroke, thumbprint of detainee. You see that?
That's correct, Here agbare.
You
Correct,
see,
my lord.
you see his signature there?
Ek sien dit, Here agbare.
I see that, my lord.
He says it is his signature. Now it was dark. How did there a light come up in the car? How did he know? How did you know where he must he sign?
Ek het hom aangewys waar hy moet teken, daar kan verduidelik het.
Indicated to him where to sign, and I explained to him.
So what you're saying is that you could see and you could show him where he must sign, and he indeed signed there.
That's correct, Here agbare.
Correct, my lord.
And if you could have seen that, you would have seen if he was cuffed or not.
Soos ek gesê het, ek kan nie onthou wat hy gekaf is nie.
As I already said, I do not remember whether or not he was handcuffed.
You are not giving evidence about accused one, where he went after the car. Who took him out of the car and where he went in.
Kan jy net die vraag
Ek
herhaal?
getuig nie oor waar wat het van hom geword het nadat hy die kar uitgeklim het. Wat het van hom geword nadat hy die kar uitgeklim het. Jy kan iets sê ook nie weer of weet wat met hom gedoen het nadat hy die kar uitgeklim het.
Was dat nou by die polistasie? of-
Accused one at Seaborder.
Beskryf nommer 1 at Seaborder.
Nee,
Nommer
ek kan nie
1.
sê wat het van hom geword na hy die kar het geklim het.
No, I cannot
Here
say what
agbare.
happened to him after he alighted the vehicle, my lord.
And you didn't see him climb out of the car either after you gave him the SB14A. You left.
Is dat nou 4:00 die oggend toe
Yes.
voor hy Saldanha polistasie toe
Is that
was?
4 o'clock in the morning now before you went to Saldanha police station?
Yes.
Nee, ek het hom nie gesien uitklim nie, maar ek het wel polistasie toe gegaan en hulle het self toe gegaan terwyl ek in die charge office was.
I did not see him getting out of the vehicle. I went to the police station. I saw them at the police station whilst I was at the police station when they were taken into the cells.
My client says the car was locked with him inside.
I think I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, my lord. My client says The car was locked with him inside. Did you unlock the car?
Wanneer sal dit nou wees toe ek hom die
At
14 aangegee?
at 4 o'clock in the morning at Sea Border.
Nee, ek het nie die kar oopgemaak. Die kar was gesluit.
No, the car was
Here,
not
Akbar.
locked, my lord. I did not.
Ek het
I
net die
can't
deur
hear.
oopgemaak.
Mr. Yankees, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I did not unlock the vehicle, my lord. The vehicle was not locked.
See, that's strange because Captain Lombard said the vehicle was locked.
Ekskuus?
Captain Lombard said the vehicle was locked.
Nie toe ek daar gekom het, Here Agbare.
Not
Ek het net
upon-
die hendel van die vehikel oopgemaak.
Not upon my arrival there, my lord. I opened the vehicle using the handles of the vehicle, the door handles.
So you're telling this court when you got there, you simply opened the door by putting the handle.
Dis korrek, Here Agbare.
Correct, my lord.
Was he sitting in the back or in the front?
Agter in die voertuig, Here Agbare.
In the back of the vehicle, my lord, at the back.
Well, Mr. Haram said it wasn't cleared up with Captain Lombard as to how it was locked. And the reason I'm asking, was it back or front? Because if the car, for example, had a child lock at the back, you can't open it from the inside. But you can open it from the outside.
Yeah, my lord, yes, I
Because it wasn't clarified.
no, it wasn't
totally.
clarified because he testified that it was locked and he testified that my client was sitting at the back.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but it's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
The fact is, he was in the car. It was dark.
Yeah.
Witness can't tell us what the clothing was that he had on. Could be that it was obscured. That you already conceded.
Yeah.
Do you know how Mr. Van Ryn and Mr. Pollis arrived at the police station?
Hulle het in die twee voertuie wat hulle ingesit het, Here Agbare het hulle gearriveer by die
Did you
polisie.
see that?
Ek het gesien hulle
I
het die
saw-
karre trek op.
I saw the brought them in different vehicles that were driven in, my lord. I saw the vehicles when the vehicles pulled up there.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant Johnson, that I find strange as well. My client's instructions are, he never went to Saldanha police station. He was not taken anywhere. He stayed there at Sea Border and that's where he did that so-called confession.
Here Agbare, hulle is in die boeke geskryf sodat hulle was by die polisiestasie ontvang.
My lord, they recorded in the books, therefore they were received at the police station.
It was recorded in the books. Doesn't mean he was there.
Het is in die boek ingeskryf, maar dit sê nie dat hulle was daar nie.
Any comment?
Here Agbare.
I hear you, my lord.
My client's instructions are that there from Sea Border, he was collected. And if I remember correctly, that was Captain Lombard's evidence as well, and taken to the doctor at Vredenburg Hospital.
Here Agbare, hulle was van Saldanha terug FCS toe en van FCS af is hulle hospitaal toe vervoer, Here
My
Agbare.
lord, they returned back from Saldanha to the FCS, and then from the FCS they were taken to the hospital, my lord.
I put this to you finally.
Just one moment. So, who would have taken him from Saldanha to FCS?
Raakbare, ek het vir Stefano,
No. We're talking about Mr. Apollos.
nee, ek weet nie, ek kan nie, ek weet nie wie het vir Stefano gery nie, Raakbare.
I do not know, my lord. I don't know who took Stefano van der Reynie, my lord.
Are you sure
Is hy seker?
about what you're telling me?
Ek weet ek het vir Stefano gaan haal.
I
Ek was
know.
in die voertuig wat ek vir Stefano van Saldanha na FCS toe vervoer het.
Do you know what happened to Mr. Apollos?
Weet jy wat het van Apollos geword?
Ek kan nie onthou wie het hom vervoer nie.
I do not know who transported him, my lord.
Dit,
I have no further questions, Mama.
ek kan nie onthou nie.
I do not remember, my lord.
You see, it's even more confusing. You're telling me, do you know what happened to Mr. Apollos?
Ek weet hulle is ingeboek by Saldanha.
I know that we booked in Saldanha.
Instruksies was gegee dat 8 uur hulle moet teruggaan na FCS toe vir hulle onderhoud.
Instructions were given that 8 o'clock they might return back to the FCS for the interviews.
And thereafter,
Daarna is hulle oorhandig aan die polismanne wat dit waar was van die onderhoude.
Thereafter, they were handed over to the police officers who were
You
involved
see.
with the interview, my lord.
Sergeant, you say this is your handwriting. You booked him in at 4:05 in the morning.
Dat is correct, Raakbare.
Correct, my lord.
So you filled in all the forms, the SAP 14 capital A's, at 4 o'clock because that's when you filled in the forms.
Dat is correct, Raakbare.
Correct, my lord.
Then you had to explain to each one of them individually all the rights contained in the SAP 14A.
Correct, Raakbare.
Correct, my lord.
It's quite a lengthy form, isn't it?
Dis 'n redelike lang vorm dan.
Dat is correct, Raakbare.
Correct, my lord.
So to explain to the three of them individually, how long do you think it would have taken?
Minuut of 2,
A minute or two, my lord.
Okay. For each one of them.
Ja, Raakbare.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, so that if you started immediately after you filled in the forms, you would have been done if it had taken a minute, because we're going at the lowest number at 3 minutes past 4.
Correct, Raakbare.
Correct, my lord.
And that leaves no time for walking between the FCS and from the FCS to the first car, and then from the first car to the second car. That was 0 time. Let's accept that. Right?
Ja, Raakbare.
And then you had to go to your car.
Correct, Raakbare.
Correct, my lord.
How long would that have taken you?
Nie baie lank, Raakbare.
Not very long, my lord.
In dieselfde parkering.
In the same parking
Minute?
area.
Minute?
Minder, Raakbare.
Lesser,
Let's
my
make
lord.
it half a minute. Now we're at 403.30. Because these are the times you're giving me. Then you get in your car.
Correct, Raakbare.
Correct, my lord.
Then you drive to the police station.
Correct, Raakbare.
Correct, my lord.
By the time you leave, they're still in the cars at the FCS. And Kelly, was she still inside in the FCS?
Nee, Raakbare, sy is ook Saldanha toe.
And they were-
No, my lord. She was also taken to
By the
Saldanha.
time you left, was she still at FCS?
Nee, Raakbare, sy was al reeds in die voertuig.
No, my lord. She was already in the vehicle.
Sy was al reeds in die
A
vehikel.
separate vehicle.
In die voertuig wat ek gery het.
In the vehicle that I was
Was she in
driving,
your
my lord.
vehicle?
Sy was in my vehikel, Raakbare.
She was in my vehicle, my lord.
Now you go to the police station.
Correct, Heer Agter.
Correct, my lord.
How long did it take for the other two to arrive?
Alleen kort na ek gestop het, het hulle was hulle ook daar, Heer Agter.
Short after I've stopped there, they also arrived there, my lord.
Did you see them outside?
Ek het die voertuie gesien, Heer Agter.
I saw the vehicles, my lord.
Were they handcuffed when they got out of the cars?
Ek kan nie onthou nie, Heer Agter.
I cannot remember, my lord.
And did you see them in the charge office?
Nee, Heer Agter.
No, my lord.
Hulle was nie in die charge office nie.
They were not in the charge
Straight
office.
cell toe.
They went straight to the cells, my lord.
They went to the cells.
Yes, Heer Agter.
So you were still outside when they arrived?
Ek het was op pad in na die, ek het vir Kelly afgegee en ek is in by die charge office, Heer Agter.
I handed Kelly over, my lord, and then I went into the charge office, my lord.
To do what?
Om hulle in te skryf in die boeke, Heer Agter.
To write them in the books, my lord.
Die boeke is in die CSC, Heer Agter.
The book is in the charge office, my lord.
The cell register.
Dis korrek, Heer Agter.
Correct, my lord.
And FCS, just orientate myself, the sea border police officers in Saldanha, from where I sit, where about is it? In the harbour area or?
Net voor en mens die haver kry, Heer Agter.
Just before you get?
Die haver.
Or the Abaya.
From, so is it on the main stretch going
Past?
past,
Op die hoofpad, op die hoofpad.
It's in the main street, my lord.
Heer Agter.
before you get to the harbour?
Before is na die haver.
Before you arrive at the harbor.
Because it's strange, you know. All of this, from the time you filled in the SAP 14 capital A's,
Ja, Heer Agter.
Yes, my lord.
and everything that I've explained to you now and we've gone through must have taken less than 5 minutes according to you.
Dis korrek, Heer Agter.
Correct, my lord.
Is it?
Dis die tyd wat gerekord is, Heer Agter.
That is the time that is recorded, my lord.
I'm not asking you the time it was recorded. I want reality here. Because they were all booked in at the same time at 4:05. Now remember, the forms were filled in, then the explanation still had to take place, then people had to get into their cars, then they had to leave, then they had to get to the police station, then they have to get out, then they have to go inside, then they have to be booked into the cells, and all of this in 5 minutes. We're not playing games here, Sergeant.
Nou, Heer Agter.
Playing with people's lives. Now, the reason why I'm looking at these times is because ultimately I'm explaining to you. I have to decide when it comes to the statements that are eventually made, whether it complies. I've been told by the state it amounts to confessions. That means it's tantamount to a guilty plea, for which life imprisonment can be imposed. Now, we've already dealt with this wrong information, to put it lightly, in the SAP 14.
Ja, Heer Agter.
Yes, my lord.
This thing, if it's correct, tells me Mr. Apollos, who was booked out at Saldanha at 14:38 out of the cells. This is what it tells me, this document.
Sien so, Heer Agter.
I see that, my lord.
Now you tell me that there was an instruction that they had to go to FCS at 8 o'clock.
Dis korrek, Heer Agter.
That is correct, my lord.
Now, earlier on, when Mr. Harmse said to you But his instructions are that his client was never at Saldanha. You said, but he's in the books. So
My lord, I took them to Saldanha.
Now I know that. Nothing in this register reflects the 8 o'clock to FCS.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correct, my lord.
And the other reason why it can't be right, it's more compelling than people jabbering the books, is because I've been told in Exhibit AA, you might or might not be aware, that at the same time that your books say he was in the cells, he attended at Vredenburg Hospital at 20 to 10 that morning when he was examined by a Dr. Nell. Do you understand my difficulty? And I'm just dealing with accused number 1 because Mr. Adams has said he's got no further questions. Do you maybe know what happened without speculating?
Ik weet niet, Your Honor, wat in die boek aangegaan.
I do not know, my lord. I do not know what happened in the books.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord.
We're now going to deal with Mr. Van Rijn. Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Good morning, madam.
Morgen, mevrouw.
Would you mind if I refer to you as Miss Johnson?
I've got no problem whatsoever, my lord.
You have testified that on the 4th of March 2024, you never went to see border officers.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correct, my lord.
Are you sure?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That is correct, my lord.
My client instructs me when the torture elevated to phase 3, when he entered that room, you were amongst the police officers who were present in that room.
That's incorrect, Your Honor.
Not true, my lord.
So that's now the swing.
Yes, my lord, at the swinging room. What was your comment to that?
Dat ik niet aan was, niet, Your Honor.
That I was not there, my lord.
He's mistaking you with somebody else.
Kan wees, maar ik was niet aan, Your Honor.
Can be, but I was not there, my lord.
In that team, or in the team that was involved in these interviews, do you have any other female person who is your replica?
Your Honor.
My lord.
Nee, waarvan ik weet dat daar iemand wat soos ek wil hê haar perseel daar in oggend nie.
Not that I'm aware of, my lord, that I've got a replica there, my lord, that I'm aware of.
He is 100% sure he saw you.
Soos ek sê, ek kan geen kommentaar lewer want ek was nie daar nie, Your Honor.
Like I said, I've got no comment. I wasn't there, my lord.
Not only that, he further instructs me that when he was covered, when his head was covered, he could bite the plastic and the other plastics will be added over his head. while the other plastics were added over his head. You fully participated in that action of adding the plastics.
My Lord, at no stage was I ever there at the seaboard offices, up there at the seaboard officers, my Lord.
He testified that you would go out and come back again.
As ek die kantoor verlaat het, het ek buite gegaan wat laai. Nee, ek het die kantoor is om te gaan rook. Ek het nooit opgestap na die seaboard toe nie.
Whenever I left the office, my Lord, I went to the outside of the office to go and smoke. At no stage was I ever up there at the seaboard, my Lord.
After some time, when you returned, you were making fun of him, saying this criminal is strong, he's killing, but he's very strong. Speak the truth. Where is Joshlin?
Ek dra nie kennis hierou agbare.
I bear no knowledge of that, my Lord.
I knew you would deny.
Ek het geweet jy gaan dit ontken.
Let's go to the end of the interviews. My client instructs me, after what we're calling interviews was completed, he was taken into a white polo.
That's correct, Jan Agbare.
That is correct, my Lord.
He was still handcuffed in front.
Soos ek getuig het, Heer Agbare, ek kan nie onthou of hulle gehandcuff was nie, Heer Agbare.
As I testified, I do not remember whether or not they were handcuffed, my Lord.
How come you don't remember this? Do you suffer poor eyesight?
Nee, Heer Agbare.
No, my Lord.
How come you can't see if someone is handcuffed or not? Somebody who's handcuffed in front like this. How come you can't see that?
Soos ek getuig het, Heer Agbare, ek kan nie onthou dat hulle gehandcuff is nie.
As I testified, my Lord, I cannot remember whether or not they were handcuffed.
I'm putting to you, my client was handcuffed.
Ek stel dit aan u dat my cliënt was aangeboei.
Soos ek gesê het, ek kan nie, ek dra nie kennis, ek kan nie onthou
As
dat hy gaan.
I already said, I bear no knowledge whether or not he was handcuffed.
So you cannot dispute if I put to you that he was handcuffed.
Daarvoor kan ek nie betwis as ek het nie stel dat hy was aangeboei.
Soos ek getuig het, dit kan as 'n moontlikheid dat hy gehandcuff wees, maar ek het maar nie die boeie gesien nie.
As I already testified, there is a possibility that he could have been handcuffed. However, I did not see the handcuffs.
He was put in this white polo.
That's correct.
Correct.
You would come and sit with him as if you're somebody who's watching over him.
Ek het nooit met hom in die kar gesit asof ek hom ken nie.
Never ever sit with him in the car as if I was watching over him, my Lord.
You testify that at some stage you went to smoke. What kind of cigarettes are you smoking?
Dit is u getuienis dat op 'n stadium met u gestaan en rook, wat soort sigarette rook u?
Rodman's Mild. Yes,
Rodman's Mild, my Lord.
Do you still remember when you were sharing your Rodmans with my client inside this white polo?
Onthou u op stadium wat u dieselfde Rodman's Mild met my cliënt gerook het in hierdie
That's
wet
onwaar.
polo? That's not true, my Lord.
My client has given me exactly the type of cigarettes you smoked inside that car. He instructs me on that day, and at the time I was put inside that white polo, I was with the witness that is testifying. She is smoking Rothmans. She gave me skiff.
Heer Agbare, ek dra nie kennis daarvan nie.
My Lord, I'm not aware of that. If I bear no knowledge of that, my Lord.
And he instructs me that at all material times that you were always laughing.
Kan jy net die
Hy sê vir my dat in alle wesenlike tye was dierentyd het hy gelag, sê vir my.
gelag met hom?
Ja, dierentyd gelag met hom.
Kennis daarvan nie, hier achtbare.
Wat sê jy?
Graan kennis van.
I'm not aware of that, my lord, of I pay no knowledge of that.
I've noticed while you're testifying that you are laughing most of the time.
Ek merk op dat terwyl ek besig is om te getuig dat die dierentyd lag.
Ek lag net omdat jy het om vraag wat soort sigarette, ek rook en hy sê ek het smaald gerook.
I'm laughing at what you just said now, what kind of cigarettes I'm smoking, and he said I'm smoking Rodman Smile.
What's funny in that?
Because ek het vir u gesê ek het rook en smaald gerook.
Because I informed you that I smoke Rodman Smile.
Okay. He instructs me that he slept in that car. What is your comment on this?
Toe ek met hom gepraat het, die achtbare het hy nie geslaap nie.
When I spoke to him, my lord, he did not sleep.
If when you spoke with him, he didn't sleep, are you implying that he didn't sleep in that car?
In die kort tyd wat ek met hom was, het hy nie geslaap nie, die achtbare.
In a short time in which I was with him, he did not sleep, my lord.
My instruction was that he didn't sleep inside this car for a short time. He slept there until in the morning. He's assuming the time was around 8:30 when he woke up from that white ball. What is your comment on this?
Ek dra nie kennis dat hy in die voertuig geslaap het,
I
toe die achtbare.
do not know that, my lord. That he slept in a vehicle, my lord.
How is that possible that you don't know about it, whereas you were the one who was watching him?
Ja, die achtbare, ek het vir Stefano hulle ingeboek by die polistasie.
My lord, I booked Stefano and them at the police station.
So het het 8 uur in die oggend waar ek hom gaan haal het by Saldanha, toe het hy nie geslaap nie.
Therefore, 8 o'clock in the morning when I went to fetch him from Saldanha, he was not sleeping, my lord.
Put to you, Ms. Johnson, you are misleading this court
Ek stel dit aan u, juffrou Johnson, u mislei hierhof.
when you say you took my client to Saldanha. My client, Saldanha police station, my client was never taken to Saldanha police station.
Deur te sê dat ek my kliënt Saldanha polisiestasie toe geneem, my kliënt is nooit Saldanha polisiestasie toe geneem nie.
Ja, die achtbare, ek het vir die beskuldigdes by Saldanha polistasie ingeboek.
My lord, I booked the accused at Saldanha police station, my lord.
Can you show us the OB number when you're booking my client out from Saldanha police station?
Wys vir ons 'n reeksnommer wat aandui dat u my kliënt by Saldanha polisiestasie uitgeboek het.
Ek het hierdie OB nommer hier nie, hier die achtbare.
I do not have the OB number here, my lord.
We have to have it. You have to prove that indeed you took my client.
U behoort dit te hê sodat u kan bewys dat u het indeed my kliënt uitgeboek.
Ja, die achtbare, ek skryf met die OB by Saldanha
My
polistasie.
lord, I do not write the OB at Saldanha police station, my lord.
So,
Therefore,
ek het nie die OB nommer by my nou.
I do not have the OB number with me,
Ja, die achtbare.
my lord.
When you say you did not write who booked my client out if it was not you?
Wie het my kliënt daar uitgeboek indien dit nie u was nie?
Ja, die achtbare, as ek by die polistasie kom, meld ek aan by die CSC.
My lord, whenever I arrive at the police station, I report at the CSC.
Sorry, Ms. Johnson. Sorry.
Jammer, juffrou Johnson.
I don't want us to waste time.
I will
I'm
use
not
it.
asking you
More
about
time.
other times you go to police station. I'm asking you about the 5th of March 2024. You are alleging that you went to fetch my client there.
Ja, die achtbare, ek verduidelik
My lord, I'm explaining
dat op die 5de het ek na die CSC commande gegaan
On the 5th, I went to the CSC commander
en gesê dat die beskuldigdes is benodig by FCS vir hulle onderhoude
and said that the accused were needed at the FCS for the interviews,
waarvan hulle die beskuldigdes oorhandig het aan my.
after which the accused were handed over to me or the accused were given to me.
En die beskuldigdes is getransport FCS gelate.
And the accused were transported to the FCS building.
without being booked out.
Sonder dat hulle uitgeboek is.
Die CSC commande is een wat die opdrag vir die sel sal sê, help ek die beskuldigdes na ek die instructie gevra het dat ek die beskuldigdes kan kry.
The CSC commander would have instructed the cells after I've made the request that the accused were needed, my lord.
I'm asking you this question for the last time. Do you have any knowledge whether my client was booked out on the occurrence book when you went to fetch him? Yes or no?
Nee,
No, my lord, I can't say.
My client instructs me when he woke up from the car, he was told to wait for a certain Mr. Clark because that Mr. Clark was going to come and take confession from him. At this time, including his arrival at Seaboard, he was still at Seaborder offices.
My lord,
Stefano was oorhandig by die FCS kantore.
Stefano was handed over at the FCS offices.
So as hy praat van Colonel Clark, hy het Colonel Clark by die Seaborders ontmoet.
Therefore, if he makes mention of Colonel Clark, he saw Colonel Clark at the Seaborder.
The point I want to make is that
Officers.
when he was told to meet, that he has to meet Mr. He was not coming from Saldanha police station. He was coming from the car where he slept in. That's the point I want to make.
Ek dra nie kennis dat Stefano heel oggend in die kar geslaap het.
I bear no knowledge, my lord, that Stefano slept for the whole morning in the car, my lord.
On the 6th of March, my client instructs me that he was detained at St. Helena Bay.
Dis korrek, Ihre Achtbare.
That is correct, my lord.
Why there's an entry of him in Saldanha Bay in a place where he was not?
Just one moment. The entry insofar as it relates to him says he left Saldanha on this document on the 5th. Seems to me just a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It seems to me, if I draw the numbers through, so Pumza is the 5th one from the bottom. She had gone to Hopefield, and they say he was taken to a place of safety on the 5th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is according to this register for what it's worth.
Thank you, my lord.
So the St. Helena won't reflect here if he had gone to St. Helena the evening, because it will be a different police station and a different register.
Thank you, my lord. Who wrote my client's name? You are having this in front of you.
Yes, correct, Your Honor.
Correct, my lord.
Who wrote my client's name on this register?
Dat sal ek wees, Your Honor.
That would be me, my lord.
Why did you write my client's register there, knowing very well he was not there?
Hy was daar, Your Honor.
He was there, my lord.
Mr. Clark arrived. They started the confession, but it was stopped because my client was hungry and sleeping. Any comment on that?
Dis wat ek gesê was by die achtbare.
That is what I was told, my lord.
And from there, my client was taken to Vredenburg Provincial Hospital for examination. Any comment to that?
As ek reg kan onthou, as toe hy in die slaap geval het, die achtbare,
If I remember well, when he fell asleep, my lord,
het hulle my gebel om hom te kom haal by FCS kantore,
they called me to come and fetch him from the FCS officers.
waarvan ons ek en my collega's hom getransport het St. Helena poliestasie toe.
After that, myself and my colleague, we transported him to St. Helena.
So ek het hom ontvang van FCS kantore.
Therefore, I received him from the FCS officers.
You testify that you started explaining rights to Kelly. Do you
Dit is
still remember what time was this?
Dit is die getuienis dat hy begin hulle regte en hulle voordeel. Onthou u nog hoe laat dit sou gewees het?
Dit is net na ek die forums ingevul het, die achtbare.
It was just after the forms were filled in, my lord.
And what time was that?
Ek het die forums ingevul by 4 uur, die achtbare.
By 4 o'clock, my lord. I filled in the forms by 4 o'clock, my lord.
And you said Kelly was not in the same place as Boda and Stevino.
That's correct, die achtbare.
Correct, my lord.
From where Kelly was to where Boda and Stefano were, how long did you take to reach where they were?
Mandras 'n minuut, die achtbare.
Less than a minute, my lord.
My client instructs me that at 4 a.m. he was sleeping. You never approached him. You never explained any rights to him.
Die achtbare, ek het die rights aan hom voorhandig.
My
Ek het
lord.
intend verduidelik.
My lord, I explained to him his rights as well as handing it over to him, my lord.
We've got somebody who was given a lift later in the afternoon. This person was assaulted as early as 3 p.m. the previous day. He never got food. He was assaulted the whole night, was never given food. He's starting to sleep in the car. You come with a legal document. How did you think at that time he was going to concentrate? This person is in pains.
Die achtbare, hy was wakker en hy was regop.
My
Ek het
lord,
die forum
he
gegee.
was awake. He was straight up when I handed him the forms, when I gave him the forms.
My Lord, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Do you know how the SAP 10 is written up when cells are visited?
Ihre achtbare, dit moet elke uur ingevul word.
But do you know
My Lord, is going to be completed every hour, my Lord.
do you know the entry is done?
Excuse,
Do you know how the entry is done when the cells are visited?
ja, Ihre achtbare.
Yes, my Lord.
What are the requirements? That must be written
Die
down.
opskrif sal wees self-visits en deur wie dit besoek word,
The head letters will be the cell visit and
deur wie dit besoek word,
who's the visitor,
en hoeveel prisoneer is daar,
how many prisoners are there,
of daar enige complaints is.
if there's any complaints.
Now, the reason I'm asking you is the following. If this register, but for the stuff that were entered in afterwards, because that entry of the 6th, I'm not sure when it was brought, when it was written in there, or whether it was anticipated that they're going to be charged at a certain date, and then it was written in. Not going to go around that. But we know from your evidence, there was no entry made in the SAP 10 when they got booked in. And you say that was the charge office commander's duty.
Dis korrek, Ihre achtbare.
Correct, my Lord.
But if I look at this register, and if the second page is the relevant page for the entries, it means that, but for the 4 of them, there was only one other person in the cells.
Ja, Ihre achtbare.
A person that was arrested for the possession of tik. The previous afternoon at 5 to 4, he was put into the cells and he was given a 534 the next morning at 10 o'clock. If the records are correct. Do you confirm?
Kyk ons nou op die 14, Ihre achtbare.
Yeah. If the records are correct, there would have been 5 individuals in the cells. The 4 people that you booked in, plus a person by the name, it was a male person, 32 years old, that was arrested at 10 to 4 on the 4th. And he was, according to this record, was arrested for possession of tik. He was booked into the cells at 5 to 4 and he was given a J534 the next morning at 10 o'clock.
I don't see it, my Lord.
Oh ja, hy sê 10 uur dat hy 534 gegee.
Yes, I see that 10 o'clock he was given a J53, my Lord.
So even though there's no entry for when they were booked in the SABC 10, the occurrence book,
Dis korrek, Ihre achtbare.
Correct, my Lord.
There should be entries from the 5 o'clock visit, 6 o'clock visit, 7 o'clock visit, up to the 8 o'clock visit, by the people who visited the cells to indicate how many people were in the cells.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correct, my lord.
Because according to this register, but for the 4 people that came from FCS and Sea Border, there was only Mr. Siedemann in the cells. That person's surname is Siedemann.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correct, my lord.
So one can then count on the other entries. So there were 2 females and 3 males in the cells, if you are correct.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correct, my lord.
Any re-examination, Ms. Evans?
No questions, thank you, my lord.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may be excused.
Dankie, Cecile. Ek mag maar verskoon.
My lord, I know we're supposed to be dealing with accused number 1 first, but for the availability of witnesses, we're going to deal with the evidence in respect of accused number 2, and with regard to the taking of that confession. We have 2 witnesses available. May I have leave to call the first witness in that regard?
Remember we said we're going to do the 2 together.
Yes.
So the order of the witnesses is not, it's neither here nor there. Let's deal with the witnesses as they become available. We know from what I was told in chambers yesterday morning, and I hope it wasn't an April Fool's joke, that Sergeant Fontaine wasn't available today because he has to testify in another court, that I've been told.
Confirm that, my lord. State calls Sergeant Benjamin. My lord, he is witness number 6 and A24 in the police docket.
So this is the person that the previous witness said she handed him over to Sergeant Benjamin.
Correct, my lord.
Please give your full names to the court.
Emilio Benjamin.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
Ek doen so help my God.
Thank you. The witness has been sworn in. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. You may have a seat.
Dankie,
There's a microphone in front of you. You were here last week as well.
Correct, Edela.
That's correct, my lord.
So you know how the microphones work because I saw you standing there at the witness
Ja, Edela.
place. So on a lighter note, Ms. Edelman, so that we just lower the temperatures. Have you noticed how many Kellys there are on the list of witnesses, accused, surnames, first names?
My lord, I would say the number of Lombards in this case is also...
I was going to get there. But have you noticed how many people in this case have exquisite names or second names so far? Even the 3 accused and all their names, but also the witnesses. Now we have an Emilio. Yes, Mr. Harmsen, you will have your say at a later stage. Thank you. That's just to break the ice.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Benjamin, please tell the court at which station are you currently based?
Kan meneer Benjamin vir ons sê by watter stasie is u nou?
Edela, ek is heiliglik gestasioneer te Laaiplek as ondersoekbeampte.
I'm currently stationed at Laaiplek as an investigating officer.
You currently hold the rank of sergeant.
A CS sergeant.
Dat is korrek, Edela.
That's correct, my lord.
How many years have you been in the service?
Hoeveel jaar is u in die diens?
Edela, hierdie jaar sal dit 22 jaar wees, Edela.
This year it will be 22 years, my lord.
Is this the first time you are testifying in a high court?
Is dit die eerste keer wat u getuig in die hogere hof?
Dit is die eerste keer, Edela.
It's my first time.
Now, we know that on the 5th of March you became involved in this case.
Ons weet dat op die 5de Maart u het betrokke geraak in hierdie saak.
Dit is korrek, edele.
That's correct, my lord.
Please tell the court how that came to be.
Kan u dan vir ons vertel hoe dit kom dat u betrokke raak in hierdie saak?
Die edele, op die 5de Maart 2024
My lord, on the 1st of March, year 2024,
het ons 'n oproep ontvang dat ons moet hulp verleen.
my lord received a call saying that we need to assist.
Die oproep het gekom van kolonel Wolmerans,
The call came from Colonel Wolmarans,
wie die distrikbevelvoerder is van die speurders.
that is a district commander of the detectives.
Ons het toe gerapporteer
We reported
by seaborde,
We reported at the sea border,
by die FCS kantore, die edele.
at the FCS offices, my lord.
Daar was ons toe ingelig
There we were then informed
dat ons verdagte
We were then informed that the suspects
wat vervoer moet word na Vredenburg Provinsiale Hospitaal vir 'n mediese ondersoek.
We were then informed at the sea border offices that there are suspects that must be transferred to the Vredenburg Provincial Hospital for medical examination.
Can you please tell the court at what time you arrived at Seaborder?
Kan u dan vir die hof inlig watter tyd het u gearriveer by die sea border?
Die edele, dit is voor ongeveer 08:15 die oggend.
My
Die
lord,
edele.
it was about 0:15 hours, my lord, the morning. 08:15.
It's 8:15.
Were you alone?
Was u alleen?
Van my kantoor af, edelagbare,
From my office, my lord,
was Sergeant Engelbrecht,
it was Sergeant Engelbrecht.
Did you travel together?
Het u hulle saamgery?
dit is korrek edele.
That's correct, my lord.
So if I follow your evidence, you left your offices in Leiplek and came to Saldanha. Did you immediately report to Seaborder or did you go somewhere else before that?
Soos u voorreg verstaan, u het gekom van u kantore af in Leiplek. Het u hulle reguit na Seaborder toe gegaan of het u hulle iewers gaan eers rapporteer?
Ons het onmiddellik rapporteer by FCS, by Seaborde edele.
We immediately reported at the FCS Seaborder, my lord.
Yes, proceed.
Gaan voort.
Die edele, daar het ons toe vir Sergeant Johnson,
My lord, there we found Sergeant Johnson,
waar ons toe opgedeel was in groepe.
where we were divided into groups.
In my groep was dit myself,
In my group, it was myself,
Sergeant Engelbrecht
Sergeant Engelbrecht,
en Sergeant Mbavane van Vredenburg Speurtak.
kan u weer die van herhaal asseblief?
Sergeant Mbavane.
And they are Sergeant Mbavane from Vredenburg South.
Proceed.
My edele, ons het toe om vir Stefano van Ryn ontvang vanaf Sergeant Johnson
And we found or we received Mr. Van Rijn, Stefano Van Rijn from Sergeant Johnson
om 08:38
at 0830 38.
het ons vertrek
We left
waar Sergeant Mbavane,
where Sergeant Mbavane,
die bestuurder van die wit CFG Polo was,
that was the driver of a white polo FC, my lord.
CFG, so that's Vredenburg, Saldanha registration.
Dat is korrek, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Voorlinks was Sergeant Engelbrecht
On the left-hand side in front, it was Sergeant Engelbrecht.
en dan aan die agterste plek was dit myself en dan Stefano van Rijn, my edele.
And on the back side, it was myself and Stefano van Rijn, my lord.
The driver being Sergeant Mbovane, correct?
En die persoon wat gery is Sergeant Mbovane.
Dat is korrek, my edele.
That's correct, my lord.
Proceed.
Gaan voort.
Ons het toe vertrek na die hospitaal en dan om 08:48 het ons gearriveer by die hospitaal.
We left and went to the hospital, my lord. We arrived at the hospital at 08:48.
Waar ons gegaan het na die kamer van Dr. Nel.
Where we went to the room of Dr. Nel.
Die kamernommer was UG 114, my edele.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief stadig?
Die kantoornommer
The room number,
was UG
it was UG
114.
114.
Daar binne, my edele,
There inside, my lord.
het die dokter toe gevra dat 2 moet die kamer verlaat.
And the doctor asked the inside two must leave the room.
Die rede daarvoor was,
The reason therefore was,
die kamertjie was klein gewees, edelagbare.
the reason was that the room was small, my lord.
Ek en Susan Engelbrecht
Myself and Sergeant Engelbrecht,
het toe in die buitekant by die wagkamer gewag, edelagbare.
we stood or we waited at the waiting room, my lord,
Waar die dokter toe die mediese ondersoek voltooi het op Stefano van Rijn,
where the doctor completed the medical examination on Stefano van Rijn
in die teenwoordigheid van Sergeant Mbovane.
in the presence of Sergeant Mbovane.
Ons was daar in die wagkamer tot Sergeant Mbovane teruggekom het.
We were there in the waiting room till Sergeant Mbovane came back or returned.
Hulle het toe van die apteek afgekom, edelagbare,
They came from the pharmacy,
en dit is waar ons vertrek het
and that's where we left.
om 09:15.
09:15.
Terug na Seaborder FCS kantore.
Went to the Seaborder FCS offices.
What happened at Seaport?
Wat het gebeur by Seaborder?
Om 10:15 die oggend, edelagbare,
About 10:15 the morning, my lord,
het ons hom oorhandig aan kolonel Clark
we handed him over to Colonel Clark.
Did you remain?
Het die agtergebly?
Dit is korrek, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Ons was aan die buitekant van die gebou
We were out on the outside of the building
waar die bekentenis in die binnekant in 'n kantoor afgeneem was, edelagbare.
where the confession was taken inside in the office, my lord.
What happened next?
Na 'n ruk,
Wat het gebeur volgende, meneer?
na 'n ruk, u edele,
After some time, my lord.
om 10:42
Kan u weer herhaal, asseblief?
na 'n ruk,
After
u edele,
After some time, my lord.
om 10:42
About 10:42,
het kolonel Clark
Colonel Clark
na buite gekom
came to the outside
en vir ons drie in kennis gestel
and informed the three of us
dat Stefano
that Stefano
aan die slaap geraak het, u edele,
fell asleep, my lord,
tydens die bekentenis
during the confession,
en dat hy honger is.
and that he's hungry.
Nadat die edele
After that, my lord,
het ons hom toe oorhandig weer terug
we handed him over again
aan Sergeant Johnson, die edele.
to Sergeant Johnson, my lord.
And was that the last time you had anything to do with the matter?
Was dit dan die laaste keer wat u enige iets te doen met die saak?
Dis korrek, edele.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, Sergeant Benjamin, you've been extremely precise with your times, and for that we're very grateful. But I would leave off the court. I want to refer you to your statement, and I want you to please confirm in the fourth paragraph if that time is correct, because I see it was deleted and another time was added. Do you just want to refresh your memory on that aspect?
Certainly.
U was nou baie presies gewees met u tye. U was nou baie presies gewees met u se tye, so ek wil net vir u se verklaring oor nagte sodat kan u sien as
Statement 24.
That is indeed correct.
Just for your colleagues on the defense table. So that
U edele,
my lord,
ek is die persoon wat die tyd gehou het waar ons stop en wanneer ons vertrek, edele.
my lord, I'm the person. I was the timekeeper where we stopped and when we left.
Die tye was neergeskryf
The times were written down
terwyl ons
whilst we
gery het, edele.
driving, my lord.
My hand het toe gegly
My hand slipped
en ek het toe gekrap oor die tyd wat ek neergeskryf het, edele.
I scratched over the time that I had written down, my lord,
En ek het toe net weer bevestig
I just confirmed once again,
en dit is waar ek toe die tyd deurgetrek het, edele,
and that's why, or hence I scratched over the time
en geparafeer en dateer.
and I paraphrased and signed.
So was that statement done as you were going along that day?
So hierdie verklaring gedoen in die tyd wat u gery het daai dag?
Nee, edele afvaardig.
No, my lord.
If I can refer you to paragraph 4, where there's 9:15 that was noted and then it changed. Will you please tell the court what is the correct time you wish to note in your statement?
As u kan net gaan na paragraaf 3 toe, nee, waar die tyd neergeskryf was, maar was uitgekrap, kan u vir die hof vertel of ons vertel wat is die regte tyd, meneer?
09:52, edele.
At 09:52, my lord.
So is that the time when you left the hospital again?
Is dit die tyd wat u die hospitaal verlaat het?
Dis korrek, edele.
That's correct, my lord.
So I'm just going to change my paragraph 17 from 9:50 to 9:52. That was so it was the time when he said that they met Mbumvana as they came from the pharmacy.
Correct.
They then left.
That's
feeding
correct.
it back to SS. I'm just making that change over there.
Thank you, my lord. Custody. Did you have any engagement or communication with him at all?
Die tyd dat meneer Van Rijn onder Easter ook het u enige communicasie gehad met hom of enige gesprek?
Edelagbare,
My Lord,
net toe hy inklim en ons vertrek,
when he got in my Lord and we drove off,
het ek hom net weer sy naam en van gevra, edele.
I once more asked him his name and surname.
En terwyl ons deur die dorp gery het, edele,
Whilst we were driving through the town, my Lord,
het ek hom gevra om hom klein te maak,
I asked him just to make him smell smaller
sodat die publiek hom nie kan sien nie, edele.
so the public cannot see him.
Dit is altyd edelagbare.
That's the only time, my Lord. Or if I cannot smaller, my Lord, to adjust himself, my Lord, to adjust himself.
That's the Afrikaans expression. Om hom kleiner te maak. Slightly hiding away.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further. Oh, sorry. My colleague has something. Were you involved at all in the investigation of this matter?
Was u betrokken op enige manier in die onderzoek van hierdie saak?
Nee, edele.
No, my Lord.
Were you involved in any of the interviewing of any party in this matter?
Was u enigszins betrokken in die onderhoud van enige persoon in hierdie saak?
Nee, edele.
No, my Lord.
Did you interview or did you know accused number 2 prior to the day you picked him up?
Het u vir die beskuldige nommer 2 geken voor die dag wat u hom opgetel het?
Nee, van geen kant af, edele.
Not at all, my Lord.
Thank you, my lord.
Just for completeness sake, we now know that the doctor completed the customary J88.
Ons weet dan nou dat die dokter die J88 ingevul
and that Sergeant Bovana was the one that was inside.
en dat Sergeant Bovana is die een wat teenwoordig was daar binne.
I've already received Exhibit CC, which is the J88 and the consent form.
Ek het al reeds die J88 gekry in die consent form,
Signed by Sergeant Bovana.
en dit is geteken deur Sergeant Bovana.
Do you know who received the document from the doctor?
Weet die dokumente gekry van die dokter?
Dat sal Sergeant Bovani wees.
It will be Sergeant Bovani, my Lord.
Thank you. Mr. Harms, I take it you have no questions to this witness?
I have no question.
Ms. Gabai, thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Before I continue to cross-examine the witness before court, my Lord, I would like to ask for time to consult with my client first.
How long do you need?
30 minutes, my Lord.
It's 11 minutes past 12. Why don't we take the 50 minutes now and we take it to 1 o'clock. So we combine it with a lunch break. Will that suit you? Means by the time we return, the accused will have had their lunch as well. Instead of 30 minutes now and then again, we can take a full 50 minutes now. That suits everyone.
Yes, my Lord.
Lord, before we adjourn, if I may inquire,
Just so that we know planning, we intend to bring in Colonel Clark if time permits. May the court please guide us. Are we going to sit till 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock today?
Now they're going to tell me that I need to start a wee bit later, but let me do the housekeeping now, we get it out of the way. I was contemplating moving the accused to closer detention facilities. I was informed this morning by the warrant officer it's not going to work. The places where the police stations where we thought I could remand them to will not be suitable. Because of the type of accommodation they have, but also the limited space. And we don't want to have them in Saldanha because you don't know what other problems that might cause. So they have to drive back to Malmesbury, unfortunately. So I think we've started at 8:30 this morning, so we're making up an hour and a half in the morning. It'll just be fair to everybody. Not everybody has the same energy levels. That we try and cap it by 3 o'clock.
Okay.
So I think we can do our planning that way. It'll accommodate the police that has to travel up and down, but also all of you, I'm excluding myself, that you can at least keep your level of concentration up. Otherwise it becomes too much. We are sitting far longer hours than what is customary. Not that I'm complaining about it, I think the courts must sit more hours per day.
Noted, my lord, thank you.
Let's make it 1:05. 1:05 because you've taken up 5 minutes of Ms. Nkabani's time. Thank you.
All right.
Wasn't me. Thank you. The witness is still under oath. Thank you, Ms. Kabai.
Thank you.
Is it yours, Constable Belay? Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions for this witness after consulting with my client.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. You've put me to shame with your time. That's why I was 45 seconds late when I came in.
Now it's right.
Good. Thank you. You may call the next witness.
My Lord, State calls Sergeant Engelbrecht.
Do you know whether the witness will testify in Afrikaans or English?
I believe Afrikaans, my Lord.
Mr. Benjamin, Sergeant Benjamin, if you want to sit inside, you can tell him, Warrant, if you want to sit inside, he may. Thank you. You may swear in the witness.
Please give your full names to the court. Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say,
Witness has been sworn in. Thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht. You may be seated. Is it Francois? Francois.
My Lord, before the witness commences, I would seek guidance from the defense. If there was no questions to the previous witness, I'm not sure if admissions can be made in respect of these witnesses, then that would short circuit the process.
Let me hear Ms. Nkabai. This is the witness that was in the car and accompanied Mr. Benjamin. You have his statement. Is there anything in dispute about this witness's evidence? No. The only person that was inside with the doctor was Sergeant Bovana. So thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht, you may stand down. Why I said Mr. Benjamin can sit inside because I suspected you were driving together because you both had Leiplek.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Yeah. So you can call Sergeant Bovana then.
Thank you, and I must apologize to this witness, my Lord. He has been here for the whole of last week. We were told that he would be needed, so I am sorry. But
that's fine.
Sergeant Mbovana is here.
So, Ms. Nkabai, just whilst we're waiting on the witness, the prosecutor and Mr. Harmse came to see me about something totally unrelated during the lunch break, and they've informed me that there was one witness that they were scheduling, but they will only call tomorrow, so we might even have, if we run out of witnesses, we might have an earlier day today. So that you can prepare on that. Thank you.
Please give your full names to the court. Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath? No. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do trust you.
I do swear me God.
My Lord, my request asks whether the witness will be testifying in IsiXhosa or in English, my Lord.
I didn't get the first name of the witness.
The witness will be testifying in English, my lord, so Mr. Yankis will be sitting behind.
All right, thank you. The witness may be seated.
My lord, this is witness number 36 on the witness list.
I just want to ensure that we have the spelling on the witness list that I have seems to be incorrect. The witness list that I have at witness number 36 has the spelling as M-B-A-W-A-N-E, and if I heard the witness correctly, is Mbogana with an O.
That's correct.
That is correct.
That's just for the spelling for the record, and first name is Mzamo.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Herriman.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant, please tell the court at which station are you currently based?
Can you repeat again?
At which station are you currently based?
Freedenberg, SABC, Your Worship.
For how many years have you been in the service?
22 years, Your Worship.
Further correct, you currently hold the rank of sergeant.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Are you also a detective?
That's correct, Your Worship.
On the 5th of March, you became involved in this matter. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
That's 5th of March last year.
5th of March 2024, yes. Please tell the Honourable Court what happened on that day.
Okay, on that day, I reported on duty. I think it was 6 o'clock in the morning. Then, oh, sorry.
I'm going to ask you to stop so everyone can write, okay?
Let me just explain to the witness how it works. So, Sergeant, you will see there's a gentleman sitting behind the accused, Mr. Yankis. He will be quietly interpreting your English into Afrikaans for the accused. So just take your cue from the prosecutor. Let's take one sentence at a time. Give him an opportunity to quietly interpret. He will go to speed, but just slow it down so that we just have that process flowing. We don't have to be too concerned about waiting. You saw yesterday when we had another witness, both the interpreters can do the contemporaneous thing because now they can summarize instead of going verbatim as for the record.
Certainly.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. You say you reported on duty at 6 a.m.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Proceed.
Then we were contacted by Colonel Richards, who is a district coordinator in the West Coast.
What were you told?
They informed us that we must report at Saldanha police station.
At what time was that?
I think that was 2/7, Your Worship.
Proceed.
Then I was alone in the car. I drove to Saldanha ACPS. Where I met Colonel Richards. Then he informed us, it was me, Sergeant Hubert, Sergeant Engelbrecht, Sergeant Benjamin, to report at FCS office at Sibonda.
Yes.
I was the driver of a VW Polo. I drove with Sergeant Engelbrecht and Sergeant Benjamin. We got at FCS office where there were a lot of officers and other members. We were then told that we must take one of the suspects to the hospital to be checked if he's got any injuries because he's going to do a confession.
Proceed.
Then we took the suspect Stefano with, I was the driver, Sergeant Engelbrecht was the passenger next to me in front, then Sergeant Benjamin and Stefano were sitting at the back.
Who handed Stefano to you at FCS?
Sergeant Johnson Joshlin.
Yes, proceed.
Then we took him in the car. He was at the back with Sergeant Benjamin. Then we drove straight to Friedenberg Provincial Hospital. At the hospital, I took him in to the doctor that was going to check if he's got any injuries on his body.
En route to the hospital, did you engage with the accused at all?
No, not at all, Your Worship.
Yes, what happened at the hospital?
At the hospital, I went in with Stefano, Sergeant Engelbrecht and Benjamin. They waited outside in the car. Then I took him straight to the doctor for examination.
Do you recall the doctor's name?
I can't recall now the doctor's name.
It's a common cause. It's Dr. Nell.
Yes.
Then the doctor first asked him if he's got any injuries. Then he told the doctor his arms and feet, his arm and legs are sore.
His arms and legs?
And the legs, yes, Your Worship. Then the doctor asked him what happened.
Yes.
Then he told the doctor that he fell from a buggy of a friend he was driving in over the weekend.
Proceed.
He was examined by the doctor and he was taken for x-rays on the ground floor.
Did you accompany him at all times?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Yes, taken for x-rays and then?
Then after the x-rays, we went to the chemist to get medication.
Yes.
After that, we went up again through the exit door, upstairs to the car.
This form J88, did the doctor give that form to you?
That's correct, Your Worship.
That's Exhibit CC.
Thank you, my lord. Proceed. You went to the car.
Then he climbed in the car, then we drove straight back to FCS office.
Do you perhaps recall what time you got back to FCS?
From the hospital?
Yes.
I think it was 9. 9:56, and I think so, Your Worship.
What happened when you got to FCS?
Then Sergeant Engelbert took him in to Colonel Clark, who was going to do the confession.
What became of the J88 that was handed to you?
Can you repeat again, Your Worship?
What was the J88 that was handed to you at the hospital by the doctor? What became of it? What did you do with it?
The J88, I gave it to Sergeant Engelbert, who was my passenger sitting next to me.
Did you remain while the confession was in process?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And what happened after?
Stefano went in, then in a few minutes, Colonel Clark came and said Stefano is sleeping during the confession, Your Worship.
Proceed.
Then Sergeant Engelbert went in and brought him out, Your Worship, and handed him over to Sergeant Johnson.
Sergeant Mbovane, prior to this date, the 5th of March 2024, did you have anything to do with the investigation in this matter?
No, Your Worship.
Did you have any interviews with any person related to this matter?
No, Your Worship.
Did you know Mr. Van Rijn, accused number 2, prior to taking him to the hospital?
No, Your Worship.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Adams, I take it you've got nothing?
I have no questions, my lord. Thank you.
Ms. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bobane.
Good afternoon, Your Worship.
And how are you?
I'm good, thanks on yourself, Your Worship.
I'm fine. When you were transporting my client to Vredenburg Provincial Hospital, were you in uniform?
No, Your Worship.
Why?
At work, I'm wearing civilian clothing, not uniform, Your Worship.
I didn't hear the answer.
I don't wear uniform at work. I'm wearing only civilian clothing.
I will repeat my question. My learned colleagues didn't hear. Okay.
Just going to angle the microphone to try and amplify the voice. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
On the morning of the 5th of March 2024, when you're transporting my client to Vredenburg Provincial Hospital, were you in uniform?
No, Your Worship.
Then my second question was, why you were not in uniform?
I don't wear uniform at work, Your Worship.
Okay. All of you were not in uniform.
That's correct, Your Worship.
A previous night, before you were instructed to go and fetch my client, he was assaulted at Seaborder offices. Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know anything about that, Your Worship.
Do you know any of the officers were involved in those interviews that were held previous night?
No, I don't know anything about the previous night, Your Worship.
Other than the injuries my client told the doctor,
Did the doctor examine my client further?
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship.
Before he was taken to Vredenburg Provincial Hospital for examination, my client was warned by the police officers who assaulted him the previous night that he must not tell the doctor how he sustained those injuries he showed him. Were you aware of this?
No, I don't know. I don't know anything about that, Your Worship.
Do you know any kind of medication that he was given? Because we hear that after hospital he was sleeping.
No, I don't know any. I don't know what medication was it, Your Worship.
I have no further questions for this witness, my lord.
Thank you.
No re-examination. Thank you, my lord.
Well, I'm going to ask the witness a few questions that might lead to further questions from the state and the defense. When you were in the doctor's rooms, we know that Mr. Van Ryn had visible injuries on his arms and his knees. When you say the doctor examined him, did he make him undress?
I think he took out the top, Your Worship.
Did the doctor look at his arms?
And I can't remember.
You can't remember.
Yes.
But he took his top off.
That's correct, Your Worship.
And did he have a shorts or a long pants on?
I think it was. I'm not sure. It was. I'm not sure.
But the doctor noticed and marked the injuries on the knees.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Do you know why he was sent for X-rays?
I think because he said he fell from a buggy that he was driving, maybe to check if there's no broken bones or nothing, Your Worship.
And I take it you don't know what medication it was that the doctor prescribed?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Is Ms. Herman anything as a result of the questions by the court?
No, thank you, Madam.
Ms. Nkabai, any questions as a result of the questions by the court?
Just one question.
Thank you.
Sergeant Mobane, I want to put to you that my client was not taken for examination because of the confession that he was about to give. He was taken there because he sustained injuries during torture the previous night.
I can't comment on that, Your Worship.
No comment on that.
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gowana. You may be excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship.
My lord, obviously we had anticipated that the two witnesses we intended calling would sustain us for the whole of the later half of the court session, but the next witness has been arranged for tomorrow morning. That will be Colonel Clark, and that is by agreement with the defense.
So, yeah, we've run out of witnesses. It's not that we have not made up the hours for the day, if one can call it that. So if Colonel Clark comes tomorrow, are you also going to present the video?
Indeed, my lord.
You're going to call the videographer or not? Have you sorted that out with the defense?
Not really, my lord, but I know there's consensus between Ms. Mgabai and myself that that video will be played.
So it will be played?
Indeed. I don't think there's any challenge to the authenticity.
Ms. Mgabai, can I just briefly check something with you? Will there be an objection to the handing in of the video?
There won't be any objection, my lord, but when I was discussing with my learned colleagues, I would like it to be played before it is handed in.
That's fine. But I take it all of you have seen the video. How are we going to play it?
My lord, we have a projector and we have a screen. So we have the court time. If the court wishes, we can play the video now, and when Colonel Clark comes tomorrow, he can simply confirm that is in order. But we're entirely in the court's hands as well as the defense.
We can do it two ways, right? We can wait for it to be played tomorrow, but if there's not going to be an objection to the video being handed in, you might want to hand it up to me this afternoon. It means I can watch it if there's no objection to that way of doing it. It'll save us time. The parties have seen it most probably on their laptops. You know what happens to these screens? If you project it onto the screen, sometimes it's grainy. And I will in any event have to look at it again afterwards on a better device, because I'd like to look at the granular detail of the videos. Let's take the adjournment now. Then the two of you can discuss, or the three of you, 4 or 5 of you can discuss it. You can let me know. If you are happy with me, in other words, my registrar downloading it for me onto my iPad, I can watch it overnight, can use the time this afternoon to watch it, and we can proceed. If, however, the parties aren't happy with that arrangement, I'll live with it. I'm just thinking about getting the process going. So I'll take the adjournment now. You can discuss it amongst yourselves. You can inform me in chambers what the situation will be, and we'll take it from there. And maybe at the same time, I take it there will be more than one video, because is it Captain Siakwi?
Correct.
That took the second one. And you can have that same discussion, and if there's a discussion around the videos and you have that discussion with Mr. Harmsen, then you can inform me. Means I'll be one step ahead of looking at the video material, and then as we go along it will be Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3, Exhibit 4, and we'll number them in the sequence so that we don't lose anything. But take a while to discuss that, and let me know. I'll wait for you.
Thank you, my lord.
And then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, my lord.
Now let me just explain something. Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn, I said earlier we were trying to get you closer. But for all sorts of reasons that can't work. So you're going back to Malmesbury. Ms. Smith, you will still be in Langebaan. We will again resume at 8:30 tomorrow. So please get ready early, because the police will have to fetch you slightly earlier to be here at 8:30. The court will adjourn.
All right.